stay hot. Stay hot, the time is now. The lights are bright, turning up the heat, doing it right. We're taking the stage, we're making a move. The energy's rising, we're in the groove. The mic's hot, momentum strong. You're in the place where you belong. We're breaking boundaries, we're setting the pace. With Patrick Kelch leading the race. From the biggest headlines to the deepest dives. The Stay Hot podcast is going live. All right.
Dangerous. Welcome to the Stay Hot podcast. I am your host, Patrick Kelch. And guys, last night, great show, great stream. Appreciate you guys more and more every day. Holly, was you able to hear the monologue? I see you asking if I was there. Yeah, I didn't put myself on the screen till I was done speaking. But you know, I just, I got off here about 1:30, because I had to go to work today. But I still couldn't go to sleep just because every time every time I get off a show, a lot of times I log off because I have to. I have to work. I have to get some sleep. Sometimes sleep deprivation has caused my blood pressure to, skyrocket. Therefore, I've ended up in the ER multiple times because I suffer from hypertension. So sometimes I got to make myself go to bed. Oh, that sucks. You couldn't hear me. Oh. Okay, well, I'll read it again because it's pretty good, actually. This really helps me a lot with my health wise. It helps me a lot with my stress wise. Although, we have agreements, we have disagreements. There's nothing better than talking Kentucky basketball. And for all those haters and naysayers last year about my red, I broke out the blue tonight, baby. Kentucky against all y'all. All right. But let me read it again. All right. Cause you're all going to get this, monologue, because you all probably saw the video today, which we'll talk about, but you'll get the references and things. Y'all hear that beat in the background? Many men wish death upon me. Yeah, that's basically been the soundtrack to Mark Pope's first offseason at Kentucky, because every move this man makes gets dissected. Every missed recruit, there's panic. Every silent day in the portal, there's chaos. Every rumor, full-blown emergency. But here's the thing. Pope isn't coaching scared. He walked into one of the most pressure-packed jobs in America, replacing a legend, carrying the expectations of an entire state, and instead of flinching, he's attacking the portal like a man on a mission. And the wild part, the louder the noise gets, the calmer he seems. That's why the many men vibe fits perfectly. Not because people literally want him to fail, but because doubters are everywhere. National media doubting Kentucky, rival fans preying on the downfall, even parts of our own fan base refreshing Twitter every 12 seconds, ready to spiral. Meanwhile, Pope's in the kitchen cooking. See, championship programs aren't built in one afternoon. This isn't microwave basketball. You don't replace an entire roster overnight without taking some swings, missing on some names, and staying patient through the entire process. So if you're Big Blue Nation, relax. Trust the vision. Because right now, Mark Pope looks less like a coach under pressure and more like a guy building something dangerous. I hated y'all couldn't hear that. Yeah, I believe this, Larry. Good things come to good people, and I think Pope's good people. But once again, welcome you guys. If you just got here a little late, thank you for showing back up. I know we had a stream last night. A lot of you all were with me till 1:30 this morning, and I'll let you guys know, Jake that comes into the Jake that's in our show all the time, Jake Cornett, I think he lives in Indiana. By the time I made it from my computer to brush my teeth to the bed, Jake had already sent me an Excel spreadsheet of other Kentucky podcasts, their days, their times, when they go live. I mean, so, although I feel like most of you all have never met before. I may have seen you all. If I see your face, and maybe I'll say, hey, I've seen you before. But, one thing about these shows on the internet, sometimes you become closer to the people you've never met, to the people that live right next door. And I think that's the one thing I appreciate the most about this. But, so, thank you for continuing to support. Like I said, the amount of time I put in, sometimes the amount of money you put into these shows, and I'm working every day to get better. These aren't the best broadcasts. I'm trying to look more professional as far as the graphics and things, but you guys continue to stick with me from day one, and I appreciate that. So thank you for continuing to show up. As always, if you're new here, and I feel like we're getting some new people every day. I'm continuing to get a few subscribers that are new every day, so that's always appreciated. But if you're right now, you're one of the 50 plus that are already on here watching, please like and subscribe to the show. Basically what that does is I've read, I'm continuing to read, watch videos every day, just continue to try to get better for you guys and myself. But the like and subscribe just kind of I guess changes the algorithm, so to speak. It kind of it puts this in a category of sports. And I guess people out there that watch sports shows, this may pop up on their, I don't know if it's called a feed or a timeline in YouTube, but it'll pop up on their homepage, I guess. And even though they don't subscribe, and that's how it's linked to new subscribers. So if you're new, please like and subscribe. As always, we've had a few people become members already. Like I said, monetization wasn't important to me, but any little bit helps as far as, making the show better, continue to pay for this program of StreamYard. It's not cheap. But, monetization and followers weren't the real reason I started this. But if you'd like to, there are different tiers to membership. You can be I think the first level of a membership is like a role player. Then the next level is like 6-man. then you become a starter, and then I think you become an All-American. So, and each one has different perks and things. And like I said, I made the membership fee only 99 cents because that wasn't why I did it, but it kept popping up every time I logged on once I became monetized that, you know, they wanted you to set it up because I guess probably YouTube benefits from that as well. There's also super chats I think you can do where it comes directly to me. It's like a donation or whatever. I'm not sure. And then there's stickers, gifts, things like that. So if any of that stuff interests you, you know, it's never expected, but it's always appreciated. So those of you that have done that already, I appreciate it. Those of you that will do it, I appreciate it even more. But let's jump right in. How many of you all have already seen the Pope video? I'm pretty sure
Next question.
Most of you already have, but we're going to watch it here. And after we watch it, I will then, you know, we can then talk about it. Not necessarily as a whole, but we can break it down by questions to kind of, you know, curious to see what you all think of his answers. Because once again, you know, and here's the thing, guys, and this is absolutely crazy to me that I saw somebody comment today, and this is no joke. I saw somebody comment today after this video. I was like, all right, this is enough. You can quit doing this now. We've seen enough. Get back to recruiting. And basically saying these little 2-3 minute clips are affecting, you know, his recruiting. You know, he's not doing his job. And I mean, that's the part of BBN that's just unbearable to me. But let's watch this little 2-3 minute video here, and we'll discuss it. But I think I got to make it.
The _gov15. Listen, love the program and all, but why the secrecy and not letting the fan base know exactly what's up? So I don't think of it as secrecy, but some things have to be done in private. It's really important, especially in recruiting. It's impermissible, actually, for us to talk publicly about any recruiting. And sometimes, for example, the parents or player want us to keep conversations and interactions private, and we need to keep their trust. There's a second part to this question. Why have you and the staff not hired an actual GM? In this ever-changing, dynamic college basketball environment, everybody is trying a different solution. For us, instead of hiring a singular GM, we've gone with a more comprehensive general management team approach. We have 4 members of the team. Keegan Brown is a data analysis and roster construction expert that's worked in both college and in the NBA. Nick Robinson is our salary cap strategy and management specialist. Kevin Sargent is our compliance officer, and he deals with all of our contracts and legal language. And Kim Shelton is our JMI liaison, and she does all of our NIL contracts and dealing with corporate sponsorships. That's our 4-person general management team. Instagram question from Walt Askew. First-time girl dad, born May 4th. Any advice on how to be a good girl dad? First, congratulations. Second, I don't have great advice for you, only this. You are the luckiest person in the world to have a daughter. Enjoy it. At Hunter Edboy, Coach, what are your thoughts on everyone's obsession with having a guy, AKA a star? Do you believe in having a star doing the heavy lifting or a team effort leading the way? Where is that balance? Well, I think it always starts with a team effort, but having stars is important. If you remember our first round NCAA tournament game, we relied on Otega Owe again out of a timeout, ran a flare play for him to get downhill and score a game-tying basket. And then 15 seconds later, he's racing down the court, and the only play call was shoot it, Otega, and he bangs a shot to take us in overtime. That's the value of having a star player. Next question, at Matt Siebert. What kind of production are you and your staff expecting to see out of Braden Hawthorne next season? Every member of BBN knows that I am a massive Braden Hawthorne fan. I think his ceiling is limitless. He's worked so hard and sacrificed so much. He's a 7'3" wingspan kid that can do everything on the floor. He's got a great feel for the game. He is going to make big-time plays for us this season. Last question. At Nolan.Thomas10, what's your favorite hype song?
Now, let me ask you all something. Who in this chat maybe last show, maybe last night, said we need Swaggy Pope? Who said that? It may have been Crash. It may have been Peanut. It may have been Icon. But somebody commented and said, we need Swaggy Pope. I can't remember who that was. Guys, I'll go through the comments to me. Oh, that was Jake. Okay. Jake, shout out for the document, man. I appreciate that. I really do. But Jake, how swaggy was that ending for you? Pretty swaggy? I think that's the confidence I want from my coach. He knows people are doubting him. He knows he's being, I hate using the phrase slept on, but, you know, every national media show, Field of 68, everybody is out there, you know, questioning the roster. They're ranked 44th in Andy Katz. They're 45th in somebody else. I just, you know, honestly, I like that. I really did. But I actually like it, Paxton. What is it about him? I don't know. I actually like listening to him. Paxton, if you're new here, please give me a like and subscribe. I feel like I've seen you. I knew my man would be here. I knew it. Dude, you might as well just go ahead and subscribe for me. You're showing up every night. I knew you would be here, and I appreciate you being here. I knew it. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button for me. L1C4. L1C4. Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, Swaggy Cow is a different thing than Swaggy Pope. You know, Pope is kind of corny, but I like it. I like it. But let's kind of break this video down, you know, kind of by question. I really liked him addressing the first question, because how many times have we seen people ask on Twitter, Facebook, you know, why don't we hear much about the recruits? And I think Pope made a very good, you know, not very many coaches are out there making public statements about their recruiting, making public statements about the recruit, their pitch, you know, what the offers are, you know, what they're talking about. That's not happening in any program that I've seen. But the fact that I liked about it is he had kind of explained why it was important to keep some of it private. And I never thought, I wasn't one to think that sometimes it may be kept private because, you know, the family, the parents of the recruit themselves, they may ask you to keep that stuff private. Okay. Now that we're getting a few people in here, hey, cheers. Get your drink of choice. Take you a drink and sit back, relax, enjoy, grab you some popcorn, grab you some snacks, whatever. The Daily Chop Pod. Hey, I'm going to go follow you later. Go subscribe. Hook me up with the subscribe. I'm going to return the favor. Check your show out. I appreciate you stopping by. I agree. It is called getting out in front of it. I agree. And I think, and what we're going to talk about next is what a lot of people, you know, has been the main topic of discussion today has been the general management team that Pope talked about. And I want to ask you guys, do you feel like perfect statement? He needs to say something, but he doesn't need to share too much of it. I agree with that 100%. Damn, Holly's coming with the spice night. She says, Pope don't owe us shit. Tell him, Holly. But I think most people from that video kind of forget everything that was said, but focus mainly on the whole general manager part that was asked as a second part of that question. Do you feel like with the NIL being kind of still new, you know, you hear constantly that Duke's, you know, doing all these new things. I know they got that new deal with Amazon. They're going to play so many games on Amazon Prime. You know, that's called thinking outside the box to me. That's called getting out in front of it, as the Daily Chop Pod said. But my question is, do you feel like Pope is overthinking this a little much, just trying to make it look like he's going outside the box by hiring 4 people as a part of his general management team as opposed to hiring 1? Does that make sense? I mean, do you feel like he may be overthinking this a little bit? He wants it to Daily Chop Pod, I just gave you a subscribe, so check you out. I appreciate you coming by, I really do. But it's like, to me, he might be trying maybe just to I don't know, just kind of trying to think outside the box as opposed to just doing what everybody's doing. My man, I love this man. And that was going to be my other question. Do you feel like he may be, you know, just being stubborn because he knows that's what people are asking, and he doesn't want to, you know, everybody was calling for him to speak, and the next thing you know, we got 3 videos within a week of him speaking. You know, is this one of those issues to where everybody's wanting a GM, so he's not going to cave, he's not going to relinquish that control? But I just feel like that's one of these things that's kind of a stubborn type thing. But, you know, Keegan Brown is a guy we've talked about a lot on this show. He's the guy that they've newly hired this year. He's doing the data analyst and the roster construction. You know, he was the one we heard about early on, just kind of looking at the roster, looking at the data, kind of, you know, looking at the kind of the more bang for your buck type, what kind of value these players have. Nick Robinson's salary cap strategy and management. Kevin Sargent is the compliance officer. And then you got Kim Shelton, who's the NIL strategy and executive director of UK NIL. I think she's also a representative of JMI, or that's what I read somewhere. Maybe Pope said that in the video, something about Kim Shelton and JMI. So I honestly, you know, I'm glad he addressed the issue. I don't necessarily agree with his answer, because I think the part that he struggled with so far is the negotiation, the getting to the table, the negotiation of the deal, and then closing it. And I don't see anybody on there that's there to help with, you know, I guess maybe Nick Robinson and management, but I don't see anybody on there what I would look at as getting to the table, sitting down, saying, you know, hey, you know, like I talked about last night, the buck stops here. You tell me what you want. Here's the money we're willing to give you. You either say yes now or you go on. We're not waiting 2 weeks. We're not making any more these deals where we give you 2 weeks to decide and keep us hanging by a string and costing us. And I think that's what happened with Stokes, as we've talked about. Yes, Keegan is the new hire. He's the one they added just this year. Brian's got Brian. All right, Brian, I got a soundbite for you. Whatever it takes, just bring us a national championship. Here's what I think everybody feels about that. Duh. That's what we all want. And I agree, Crash. It's not the same. And I think by his answer tonight, I think what we gathered is he has no, I don't think he has any, what's the word I'm looking for? He's not going to hire a GM. He doesn't have any, can't think of the word. But anyways, he's not hiring a GM. I don't think he's going to Ohio State. Do other schools also have people in those positions? Seems like Brown is GM with a different title, and a lot of schools have a GM that just makes them look good to recruits, i.e. Steph Curry. And you've seen that from a lot of NBA guys. Kentucky's one of the only few schools that didn't hire an alumni, kind of like a Steph Curry. And a few other schools hired people from their school. And I don't know if it's considered a hire or how much money they made, so to speak. But But, I think Kentucky could have done that with John Wall. I think Kentucky could have done that with, Tayshaun Prince and several other guys. But so question asked, I saw it on Twitter, and I'm also seeing Inspector Gadget ask it as well. So who do we blame for the whiff? I still think that probably comes back to Pope. I think all these guys probably answer to Pope. What I've gathered is Pope's will be in control. He's not going to relinquish any of that. So, what I've learned as a head coach of a basketball team, you take the blame for a lot of stuff that may not necessarily be your fault. Brown is an analytics guy, not a GM. Right. And, it says that on their data analyst. I mean, that's why I think he calls this general management team. But like Crash said, this isn't, to me, what a general manager does. I want to know who's going into that room, who's going to sit down at that table in their last meeting, and who's going to close the deal. Who's going to do it? Hey, Terry, good to see you. Glad you're back. Yeah, but I think Pope's handling it well right now. I think the videos are really helping BBN. I've actually seen a lot more positive than negative. I don't think we're ever going to see a point in time to where, the negativity is completely gone. You're not going to see that. It's just not going to happen. So, but I have seen a lot more positive interactions to his videos. It's being talked about. They're being shared. A lot of people loved his little mic drop today. As Jake said last night, we needed Swaggy Pope, and I think Swaggy Pope came out. Pope does have a lot on him, but I don't think that is necessarily an excuse to or eliminates him from criticism. When you take the job of Kentucky, when you take the job at Kentucky, the amount of pressure that comes with that job. The moment you sign it, the pressure builds. I mean, you've got to have broad shoulders. You got to have strong shoulders. The one thing I like about Pope, I think he seems to take responsibility. He takes ownership. He's all right with accountability. And when things go wrong, he's usually first to admit he made a mistake. So, I really like Pope. I want him to succeed here. I really do. Truth, I guess this year we'll find out if it's possible. But, I want him to. Just because I feel like he's so genuine when he talks. I think you can just feel his passion for BBN and Kentucky, coming through. I really do. They have someone who deals specifically with negotiations, stays connected in the grassroots of the high school ecosystem, and already knows who will be in the portal by November of the season. Wow. Already knows who will be in the portal before the season ever starts? That's a good tidbit. I didn't know. Shout out. Drink Pepsi. I'm still looking for my sponsorship. Wow. A GM is a closer, a true salesman that can close. I agree. Closing the deals on Pope. What school has a GM closing deals? Right. And what I've learned by reading about not just Kentucky, but other schools, a lot of times these first meetings and interactions, the head coach may not even be a part of. I know there's several instances with recruits where, the first initial contact, the head coach knows of the contact, but he may not even be there. He may not be on the Zoom. He may not be, but when it comes down to what my dad used to refer to as nut cutting time, that's when you have to, Pope's got to go in there and, sell himself, sell the job, sell the program. But whatever he is doing right now, doesn't seem to be working. So, what I think about Pope is I think he'll make adjustments. I think he's willing to change, but, we'll see. I like our team so far. If we can close on, that's a big if, John Boy. I do like our position with both, but I don't know if we'll close on both. But you know what they say about ifs. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Yeah, and right. I'm not going to sit here and deny the fact that the man's got a lot on his shoulders, but I think when you sign up to coach at Kentucky, you know, you sign up for that. I think you know that. That's why, you know, people people used to kind of make fun of Cal, or they got tired of hearing Cal say it, or they would kind of mock. But when he said Kentucky isn't for everybody, I don't think he was talking about just players. I think that meant, you know, coaches, players, everybody involved in the program. You know, some of these. All right, here you go, Toby. Duke's GM is Rachel Baker, a position she's held since June of 2022. She was the first person hired into this or any similar role in an NCAA Division I men basketball, focusing on name, image, and likeness opportunities, player development, and strategic partnerships. I guess that's what Kim Shelton's doing, NIL strategy and executive director of UK NIL. But Rachel Baker seems to do her job really, really well. Well, I mean, Michigan's the hot story right now, John Boy, because they just won a national championship. They won a national championship by getting 5 guys that, well, not just 5, but they started 5 guys from the portal. I've made my feelings known about that over the few shows we've done. I don't feel like we can live in the portal every year. I would like to get at least 1, maybe 2 big name high school recruits. I think you can have a good mixture of veterans and younger guys with talent being the common denominator. But you can Google it, Todd. I can't remember the names. Rachel Baker is Duke. I'll Google Tennessee right now. That is true. She was a big dog with Nike. Kentucky till I die. I haven't seen you in a while. Glad to be back. Thanks for coming by. Anyone see where Stokes posted his phone where he was at Kentucky and Pope was supposed to be involved allegedly with a UK student saying if he would commit, she would take care of him sexually all year? It's still posted on All Sports. Hold up. Kentucky till I die coming in dropping heat. That's why we call this Stay Hot. Kentucky till I die. If you've not subscribed, will you do so? But I think you already have. Hold up here. Let's focus on this for a minute. Anyone see where Stokes posted his phone where he was at Kentucky and Pope was supposed to be involved allegedly with a UK student saying if he would commit, she would take care of him sexually all year? And it's post. I've not seen that. Has anybody else seen that? Hold on here. They're all still on this GM stuff, KY till I die. But I'm telling you right now, Nathan says I too saw that. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Crash has seen it as well. If it's a picture, I'd like to see it. Direct message to me on Twitter at PT Kelch. KELSCH. But here's the thing. When you're Tyron Stokes and you're on campus, you don't have to worry about having somebody commit to please you sexually all year long. There's going to be multiple students willing to do that, I would say. But that's heat. That's news to me. That's heat. Some are saying Pope was involved somehow. I do not believe that. Some people don't think Patino was involved in Minority Hall either, and I don't believe that. I know he was. It's true. It's still posted. Evidently, it has legs. Holy moly. Kevin the Bacon said that's laughable. Mark Pope is setting up. Hold up. Guys, I got to take a drink. What's up, Unicorn? Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you being here. Other YouTubers are talking about it. I think that probably happens every year at every school. Pope is clean. I don't know, Jake. KY till I die says it's growing legs. said it was secretly Pope up to it. Personally, deep down, I don't see where Pope would involve himself in that kind of shenanigans, but I think it would make me like our coach even more if he did. That'd be a hell of a documentary here in a few years. We wouldn't have any reason to talk about what's her name at Minardi Hall. Stokes also signed with Kansas when he visited Kentucky. Don't believe Stokes. He's just looking for more attention. He's definitely an attention hog. He just like that picture with all the, money from his fingertips to his shoulder. You're not going to hear me say that I'm glad we dodged that bullet. I know a lot of people are saying that, and maybe I'll come around, but I'm not going to lie. Please do. Please do. I'm not going to lie. I wanted Stokes. There's no doubt that Pope in Kentucky wanted Stokes. I can see some people say, I've seen Nathan say on here a couple of times that he wasn't really sold on Stokes. You heard Pope say it, and I'm a Pope man right now. He was a generational talent. It's hard for me to believe too, John Boy. Definitely shocked if it's true. Here's what I got a sound bite. Hold on here. Here's my sound bite for this.
That's not true. That's not true.
You heard it straight from Mark Pope himself.
That's not true.
It's not true, guys. He says it's not true. I believe him. It's not actually a credible outlet. No, maybe not, but it's still, Crash. That's still heat. I wasn't expecting Holly or KY Till I Die to drop in here with that. She hadn't been around in a few days. She comes back and she's throwing fire. She's packing a flamethrower. That's what we do here. We stay hot. I was looking to see if there's, Stanley back. What's up, my man? Ty Golden went through the same thing, but when your team is contending, it just goes true. Kansas had 2 girls. They definitely had more than one. I am, because I'm shocked, Todd Cast. I'm shocked. Right. Hey, win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat. If it takes getting a few students on campus, you get a few students on campus. Legs, legs, legs. I think it's funny. I think it's going to be good for me to look at. I want to see it, but by no means do I believe that Mark Pope would engage in something so nefarious. I don't think that's in his body. Yeah. I watch a lot of court TV. It's very easy to say that, somebody else posted that. Dan Issel would be proud. That's right. He said, we're not contending for number 9 now because we can't cheat. NIL's made it a level playing field. That's awesome. What do we think goes on with visits? And that's what I'm saying. I want to know. And I don't think he would tell us. Honestly, don't. I've seen it asked underneath his thing, and it's not been yeah, I just saw it. I'll check it here in a second. No, and it's probably not Crash, but I think stuff like this is just funny that, somebody like Mark Pope, maybe it's another wife, isn't he Mormon? He is Mormon. Brandon, good to see you again, my man. I ain't seen you in a few days, few shows, I should say. Thanks for being back. Let me just look at this picture real quick. Nathan sent me. Kentucky all the way tomorrow. I'll go there. So if you chose there, you have me to be able to. You think I'm joking, though? Indeed, I do, he says. Crazy. Prove me wrong, then. How am I supposed to do that? You will see next year in Lexington if your dorm room, whatever night you want. I wish he would. Or what if he was being catfished by Mark Pope? That's even more egregious. Hey, respect KU. Hey, you know what it's like, Anthony? Hey, you gotta give them respect. If we offer one and they go two, hey. Anthony, if you're new here, man, give me a like and subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Thanks for coming by. A lot of truth to that. I don't like that word up on the screen, but I agree with that. Stokes is a drama queen. I believe he hates UK. I think he made that known. I think there was an interview in October, John Boy, where he basically said that he would not go to Kentucky. They were a distant second place. And then he comes out with all these cryptic messages like checks over stripes, basically saying Nike, Nike above all else. All that. I don't think there was anything to that. I think that was just Stokes trying to keep Kentucky hanging on so we would lose out on other recruits because our staff thought we still had a legit chance of scoring. And you heard Pope say that with his first video. They were chasing a generational talent because they thought they could get him. Only BBN would go from Pope as making kids watch Andy Griffin to Pope as a pimp. I don't think it's necessarily Pope. I really do think there's a lot of people enjoying Kentucky being down. But you know what they say, Shane? They knock us down 7, we stand up 8. We're not going to be down forever. I honestly, in the words of Nathan and the Toddcast, I wasn't really sold on Freeman. I didn't know enough about him. Wasn't sold on him. I was sold on Stokes. I really wanted Stokes. Only a sub. Yeah, and honestly, my mom lives in Idaho, and she's got a brother who lives in Utah that's Mormon, and they practice polygamy. And it just I'm like, that's crazy. I'm so happy Stokes is gone. Listen, guys, we're going to have to give it a rest on Momchilovich. He's going through the process from May 10th to the 17th, and it's May 8th. You're probably not going to hear if he returns to college until close to the 17th. So we can sit here and say, if all we want, or I really want Milan, or I really want him, man. He makes us a Final Four team. It's all good and fun to talk about, but it's going to be a while before he withdraws from the combine or from the NBA draft. No, not as common as the media and YouTube and places like that make it out to be. You're right. Come on, gold digging is part. Dude made his choice nice on for real, and I'm a Stokes fan because he's overrated to me. I'm not mad at Stokes. He's an 18-year-old kid. He knows he's, the best player in the country coming out of high school. He's going to use any leverage he can to get more money. And I've never said that I'm mad at Stokes for it. I'm more mad at the Kentucky staff for when they knew in October, probably after an interview. I think it was after the McDonald's All-American game when somebody asked him for an update on recruiting. And I seriously think they should have known in October that their chances, but I seriously think in the back of their mind, they thought they could throw as much money as they wanted at him and he was coming. Guys, I'm sorry if I'm dark. I forgot to turn my light on. I'm sorry. I may not be one that y'all want to look at, but all right. Hold on here. I was kind of trying to find KY Till I Die to see if she sent me that link. Stokes family grew up in Louisville. Yeah, and Matt Jones made a comment today. He was in our group chat. He pops in the group chat on BBN Hall of Fame group chat pretty regularly, actually. It kind of shocks me that he comes in there as much, but he was on one today. He wasn't very happy. He he basically, he praised Pope some for the videos, and he likes how he's addressed them, and he feels like he's addressing the right questions. He's not just picking out lob pitches to hit out of the park. He's picking tough questions to answer, and he's answering the right questions. And the only question so far that he's answered that I don't agree with is the general manager one, because, and I'm fine with him having 4 a part of that team, but I don't think he has the one part on that team that we need, and that's a damn closer. Somebody that goes in there and can play hardball to get the job done. And I think more players are going to do that too. That's a great comment, Todd Cass. What did he say? What did I miss? This one here, only BBM would go from Pope is making kids watch Andy Griffith to Pope is. Tell you, Todd Cass, one of the funniest dudes I know. 2 girls, 1 Stokes. I might make a graphic for 2 girls, 1 Stokes. I can't do that at work though. They'll have my computer they'll come in and confiscate that damn thing. He's going to have an adjustment period, Anthony. He really is. I don't think he's going to come in and dominate. I was shocked that, the only freshman I've seen come in and dominate, like A-Cuff last year, I thought was really, really good. Have y'all seen that Darren Peterson story surfacing where he thought he died at Kansas because of too much creatine? Freeman has injury problems. Yeah, he does. Maybe they think he's gaining some traction. They're trying to knock him down. Maybe. Yeah, that's the thing, Anthony. Patino's not, he may have picked the wrong spot if he's going to be lazy. He has till the 27th to pull out. Jeez. Yeah, well, I know that when I said the 17th, that's because that's when the combine's over, right? Combine's from the 10th to the 17th. I will say today, let's talk about that a minute here. Let me get through all these comments. And Anthony's a Kansas fan. He says KU paid too much for real. Let's see what he produces first. The modern day Jesus Shuttlesworth. Kansas probably hopes so. We're good. We're good atmosphere in here, Stan. I don't think you got to worry about that. Appreciate that, Crash. No, I don't think that has anything to do with our recruiting. I don't. I think it all boils down to, Pope having trouble to relate to some of these kids. Huendo's a stud. I take Huendo right now. And honestly, I think I've read some places to where they feel like that could be our next commit. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I've read that. But what if I'll tell you that here in a second. So you don't think Matt Jones is come back and trying to orchestrate Pope? No, I don't. I just think when you got the largest audience and largest fan base, you have a platform. And I think one thing KSR does well, I'm not saying that Matt Jones doesn't, irritate me some with some of the things he says, but I think it's part of his show and part of keeping people on there. Because if he pisses me off with something, I'm going to listen for the next thing to see what I can comment back. Or, I've called in and argued with him before. Me and him got into an argument over Twitter DM probably a couple years ago because I accused him of putting out something I thought was rage bait, and he was doing it to get clicks. I still believe that. We agreed to disagree. He told me he was disappointed in me as being a loyal fan and supporter that I would have that take. And I said, well, this doesn't make me quit being a loyal fan and supporter. I still like your show. I still listen to your show, but also know that the media sometimes puts things out there. Huendo is real nice. All right. I don't know. I don't think they're the only one. There's no way a kid that good could be the only one. And that makes sense. I like Jack Pilgrim a lot. I don't like Paycheck. He blocked me. He's softer in elevator music. If you're that soft, when I asked you to explain, when I didn't know he went to Kansas, I had no idea he was a Kansas kid. When I asked him to explain him wearing a Kansas shirt just out good of fun, and his first immediate reaction is to block me, soft. SAWFT, soft. But yeah, I like a lot of those guys. I like Zach. I mean, I just think they do good content. They put out good stuff, and you're not going to convince me otherwise that they do have inside sources that know what they're talking about. I've heard people compare Matt Jones to a petulant child before. I love Stephen Peak. He's actually, believe this or not, he's actually DM'd with me several times on Twitter and kind of helped me with Canva and how to, make certain things in Canva that translate over into StreamYard that kind of help with the streaming. Very friendly, very nice. Didn't have to take the time. I did know that. He's worked with him for several years now. Matt Jones is big time. The thing is, Matt Jones could probably win a lot of political races in Kentucky. He wasn't going to beat Mitch McConnell no matter what. Mitch McConnell was the least popular senator in the country for years, and he still won 70-30. But let's talk about one of the other big things that's got big Blue Nation. Only one who visit. Oh, maybe the only, and that bodes well. A lot of these guys remember the first person to contact. I just had a recent player signed to play. Of course, it was at a D3 school in Northern Ohio at Bluffton University. My point guard signed to play there, committed just a couple days ago. And Bluffton was the very first school to contact her. She told me at our banquet on April 26th that she didn't think she was going to play college basketball. She thought she was done. Bluffton stayed on her. Bluffton kind of showed that they believed in her, and she committed, just a couple days ago. So I'm proud of her for that. I like Brandon Ramsey as well. I agree with that, but he still ain't unblocked me. So I'm not going to be a Paycheck fan until he unblocks me. But before I move on, I'm going to give you, here's my thoughts about Paycheck. Let me share my screen here. This is for all you wrestling fans out there. You all remember these guys here? Or I think he might be in TNA or AEW now. I'm not real sure, but you wrestling fans know about Enzo and Big Cass. All right. Now, the other big news that came out today, or not really big news, but it's one that BBN's been watching, is Malachi Marino going through the draft process. Every time something comes out, Big Blue Nation hits the panic button. Oh, we're going to lose Malachi. We're going to lose Malachi. Did you not hear what Mark Pope said in his first video? Their number one priority was to get Malachi Marino to come back. I don't think there's any chance. I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell that he stays in the draft this year. And here's why. If he comes back to college at UK, and if he truly is the best center in the country, as Mark Pope thinks he is, and he has a great year, you know where he eventually goes to? Top 7 or 8, which is a hell of a lot more money than into the first round. So I don't think for 1 second that Malachi Marino's going pro. If you disagree with me, put it in the chat, and that's okay. Some of you will say you're disagreeing because you want to prepare yourself, whatever. But this is, they've got him moved up to number 24, which is a little bit higher in the first round than I thought he would be. And, Shane just said it in the chat, and I think Crash said it. There's a reason why some of these guys keep moving up, and that's because some people have already withdrawn from the NBA, going back to school, which essentially moves other people up. But this is kind of from, I think this is from his workout from Yahoo. It says Marino worked out for the Knicks this week, which is quite an intriguing storyline to monitor since he's only testing the waters, but he's also a hot name since he has an NBA frame at 19 years old, 7 feet, 250 pounds. He does the baseline things as a big man with above the rim finishing. hard-nosed rebounding, and a stout rim protection. He also adds a layer as a passer, showing an advanced feel for the game and for manipulating defenders. It's important for him to improve his touch as a finisher and as a shooter, but he's in a good place for his age with skills that should be translatable to the next level. There's a strong chance that he works his way into the first round, and with Mitchell Robinson entering free agency this summer, it would make sense for the Knicks to find a replacement. Anytime you read something like that, I think it would be natural to worry about him, but I don't see him going pro. One, I think he can improve his draft stock tremendously. But, a couple other names that were mentioned, I didn't screenshot. 29th right now, they got Jaden Quaintance going 29th. It will be to the Cavaliers if he goes 29th. The Cavaliers, but that's a pick the Cavaliers, I think, got from Sacramento maybe. Not 100% sure on that. But Marino is 24th. They had Quaintance at 29th. And then Momcilovic was the 16th pick of the second round. So you're looking at high 40s. He wants a top 30, or I heard he wanted a top 30 or a first round guarantee. And, that sounds to me like, if he's already been projected in the mid 40s, I don't see him, moving up enough to get that first round guarantee. But I think he's also one with, I don't know what is it? Maybe somebody in here can tell me, what is it about Momcilovic that has him being drafted so low in the second round? The dude shot 50% from three. He's 6'11". Is it his defense? Is it his body? He is kind of thin. What is it? Why is he so far down the list being such a good, college player? Those projections are based on the assumption a lot of guys. I agree. I've read feedback from two other scouts that recommended he return to school, and I think he's going to. I don't think we as a fan base need to get upset every single time that we have a guy test the waters. I told you all, if I was a player at college and I thought I had NBA potential or an NBA future, I would test the waters every year and go through the process. That don't mean I would stay. I don't think this has anything to do with why he's mid-40s. I can probably find a white guy that's in the first round. Defensive end, no, he's not. But, to me, the name of the game is putting the ball in the basket, man, and this guy can do it. This guy can do it. We watched him in the second round of the NCAA tournament. He just torched Kentucky. He better. Right, and I think there's nothing wrong with testing those waters and getting feedback. Did No Way do that last year? Is that what took him so long to decide he was returning to college? Because he went through and he found out he was going to be a second-round pick if drafted at all. And I think he's still projected second-round pick. That's very fair. That's very fair. That's fair. I like that. You do. Also, good comment. Thanks for confirming that, Holly. 100%. Cash flow is the real deal. Oh, hey, listen, OVW shows come to our school. I've been following OVW since the days of Kenny Bolin, the star maker. Kenny Bolin had John Cena and Dave Bautista. And I think that's what most people think, Gadget, but I don't know. I got a different feeling about this one. I got a different feeling. Whose highlights you want to see? Momcilovic? I'll show a little bit. Listen, this video right here is 24 minutes. I'm not showing you all 24 minutes of him, but I will show you a good bit to let you all see just how talented this dude is. Man. All right, so let me see if I can get it up here. Let me put it on the before remove, add. All right. Do we have any lockdown defender sign? Lance Dahl said Mommy defense was ranked higher on defense than offense. Surprised me. Locked on Kentucky, Lance Dahl said that? Wow. That man made. Oh, hold on. I gotta get Nathan's comment off that damn screen. I forget to keep clicking that. All right, let's watch some of it. This is his last season's highlights. 25-26. High hedging. You better do something. I mean, how's he get left open? Damn, he's even pointing at people in the crowd. Point at him again here, mommy. Point at him again. This is sick. Look, that dude passes up a dunk because he knows he's getting 3. He's like, 3's better than 2, guys. 3's better than 2. You know what's happening here. Stop it. Stop it. From the logo, stop it. I'm being dead serious. How do you guard this dude on the perimeter? Moves well without the ball. Gets his feet set for his shot. Uh-oh, now he's going to show you he can attack the rim with contact. Little Kareem Abdul-Jabbar hook. No, that's it. I'm not watching any more of that. I'm not going to watch him continue to embarrass those guys. Man, dude's tough. All right, here's good speculation for all of you. If Momcilovic comes, who's the starting lineup? I'm going to go with, Zoom, Wilkins, Mommy, Njai, Marino. If he's going to cost $6 or $7 million, I'll offer him 9. Turn me down, big boy. Jay, what's up, my man? Thanks for coming. If you're new here, please give me a like and subscribe. But I agree with you. We're going to be hard to beat if we get him. Definitely quick trigger. He comes off those screens. It's the daggers. Game changer. Floor. I agree. This guy had better numbers than Kobe Bryant from the perimeter. He shoots 50%. I mean, averaging 7 attempts a game, shooting 49% from 3. I mean, Kobe could stroke it too, don't get me wrong, but this guy's 6'11". Absolutely. And I think Pope talked about that was one of the things that stuck out to Pope was just the elite creating ability of Wilkins and Zoom. All right, I feel like we should play him at the stretch 4 spot so Zoom and Wilkins can cook in the paint. Yeah, but I don't think Njai. I don't know if they might bring him off the bench just because he's young. Start Mommy at the 4, Cam at the 3. That's tough too. Because I can tell you, I think Hawthorne and Cam's a very strong 3. I love McBride. He's got to be in there somewhere. I think that dude's gonna play. He's worth $7 million a horse and 4 blondes, 4 non-blondes too. 4 blondes, 4 non-blondes. You offer Stokes 8, offer him. Listen, I said a long time ago I'd rather have Momcilovic than Stokes, and I'm saying about Hawthorne's not playing the 4. In my opinion, there's no choice. Not even a question. Crash, you think Hawthorne ever sees the 4? Oh, I remember Royce White. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, I think Cam's going to make a big jump. I really do. I think he'll be the 4 but well, hey, listen, this moment we land Momcilovic, we're getting on the show. As long as it ain't during the hours of 8 and 3 on a Monday through Friday. I can't do that. I can't do that at work. They'll fire my hind end. But I can tell you this. We'll have a stream at night, and I'm not an alcoholic drinker, but I may even pop the top on something besides Pepsi if we get Momcilovic. I think I'll cry if we don't get him, and I'll cry if we do get him. Hawthorne will get minutes, but at the 4, Shit, if I knew how to make one. Enzo still wrestles for AEW on occasion, but is mostly in the independents. Big Cass wrestles for AEW. Yeah. I knew Enzo was still on the independent circuits just trying, but he had some drug problems, which I think that cost him in WWE. There's no way Pope cannot play. I agree, but are we getting to the point? Is who good? Hey, go KY Wildcats. Thanks for coming by, brother. Thanks for commenting. Thanks for interacting with the chat. If you're new here, please like and subscribe. I appreciate you. We go live 2 or 3 times a week. We're always up for good banter, good discussion. But if you would, Mom Chilovich isn't good. He's great. He's great. Richmond KY, give me a subscribe to the channel. Go become a member if you really want to support the channel. I'd greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate all my loyal followers if they could become members. But we're on here 3 or 4 times a week talking Kentucky basketball, and we go anywhere from 8 or 9 o'clock to 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. We don't stop. Several Richmond reps here. You all probably went to Berea, didn't you? Ryan Lemon had a Berea Pirates shirt on the other day. Can Potter play? Brian, that's a good question. I'm just gonna be honest. I saw Potter play multiple times in high school. I wasn't impressed with him in high school, but the 2 games I saw Marino play in high school, I wasn't impressed either. I think Potter's numbers at Miami were decent. I think he can shoot the 3 ball okay. I think he's a really good passer. I think we're in trouble if he's our backup man at the 5, but we'll see. Ooh, maybe a good comp. I'd have to rely on my Nathan and Todd are more NBA guys than me. I know who Dirk is. Oh, the Indians. Dominique Hawkins. Peja. Well, you talking about a guy that packed around a flamethrower. Stojakovic could stroke that thing. You remember when his son was coming out of high school? Everybody talked like he was a lock to Kentucky. I don't even know if he ever considered Kentucky. Answer's no. They asked Pope about addressing the 5. I don't know if you saw that video. Asked him why they didn't feel the commenter, the question asker felt like he wasn't doing enough to address the 5 spot. And he assured the question that, the 5 spot's going to be a very enjoyable position and he's going to have it. He's going to have it in good position or good standing. There's my man Peanut. What's up? I think McBride's going to be he's going to rebound bigger than what he is at 6'8". I really want Huendo. From the Huendo to the wall. We've already got length. We need one of those big bangers. That's one of the things about Santos that appealed to me. I thought his body was already, SEC ready. Think about the length we got. Marino, Njai, Hawthorne's long. Remember the days of ICW? They used to. Oh yeah, I had a scrapbook growing up of all the pictures I had from ICW. I had the Macho Man Randy Savage. I had Bob Roop. I could go on forever about that. Yeah, I think so too. More girth. I really believe Hawthorne, if he can handle the physicality, listen, the one thing Pope said about him that I think and know to be true is he's a very hard worker. If you remember, I don't know if you ever, on game days, I don't know how much you all search Twitter during the game or before the game or whatever, but he always seemed to be the first one on the floor. And he always seemed to be the last one off the floor, even after games come back out getting shots up. And I think his body's, he's going to continue to add muscle. I don't know if he's ready to beat and bang yet with somebody like Florida and all their size, but I'm definitely happy with Hawthorne. I'm glad he's back. Yeah, play Reese Potter 8 minutes a game if we get mommy. I agree. Milan is a. Peanut, you should have been in here earlier, man. The spice was real. We might do a wrestling show one day, David. But I'm not kidding. KY Till I Die came in and dropped something I didn't know about, and I know it's false. I don't believe it to be true, but about the Stokes picture where sexual favors were being offered if he came to Kentucky anytime he wanted. Hawthorne would have to beat out Cameron Wilkins and potentially Mommy to be a star. Hawthorne's not starting. I don't think so. But if we get Momchilovich, Crash, who would you start? List them. I think I would go Zoom 1, Wilkins 2, Mommy 3. Or no, I'd probably go Cam 3, Mommy 4, Marino 5. I'd bring Enja off the bench. List your starters. Come on, Crash. Let's not turn this into a yes or no from last night. List your 5 starters. Crash is probably the type that has trouble making a decision on where he's going to eat dinner. Peanut. There is no way Wilkins isn't starting. No, sir. Yeah, I mean, if Zoom or Wilkins have to go out, one of the other one can play the point, then Cam could slide down and play the 2. Oh, I mean, they may see some time together. Yeah, I'm not debating that. I think we have a lot of versatility this year, and there's a lot of different lineups we could see. And I also agree with Nathan what he said a while ago. If we somehow strike out on all the 5s, we could play small ball. We really could. Hell, put Enja at the 5 being 6'11". I guarantee there's no 5 that's going to keep up with him running the floor. Use our speed and quickness to our advantage. Yeah, and I think that's the part that a lot of people don't realize is the matchups that come into play. But also what you don't see at the collegiate level, very, very but once you don't see many coaches change their starting lineup from game to game based on matchups, though. You just don't see it very often. It may be, Holly, it may be, but it threw me for a loop because I hadn't seen that. And anytime somebody comes in and puts in the first comment they make that Pope is allegedly finding women to please Stokes sexually if he commits to Kentucky, my brain was doing somersaults. Florida's got a lot of size. Yeah. I mean, they're going to be tough. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I really don't think, and maybe I'm wrong, but, I alluded to, I thought Hart and Pope, didn't really click. I hope there's somebody over there on that staff this year that Pope trusts that will kind of point him in the right direction, with substitutions. And if somebody says so-and-so needs to come out or so-and-so needs to come in, I hope Pope trusts them enough that he'll take suggestions. But there were a few times during timeouts I thought I saw Pope and Hart just disagreeing, and they just didn't seem to be clicking. No, I don't think so. That's always going to be an issue at Kentucky, and it's always going to be an issue with all the high-profile recruits because that's what Stokes did. But I mean, how can you blame an 18-year-old kid using any leverage he could to get more money? You can't. Not the last half of the season was pretty well consistent, but his substitution patterns were terrible. I want my mommy. What I don't want is the Banner Boys to make a banner saying, "I want my mommy." They struck out. Yeah, that's kind of what I would be okay with that. So what was the source? Like, where did this come from? So honestly, does I mean, is that actually his phone? Is that all photoshopped? I mean, seems like we never got the whistle last year, even home. I don't think we get as many whistles at Rupp Arena as opposing fans and teams think we get. We going to party all night? Oh, remember, John Boy, I said if we get a mommy commit today, we'd party all night. I'm checking Twitter right now, and I see that Kentucky got a commitment, but it was on the football side. So Elijah Brown, offensive lineman, committed. Big Blue. Hey, Stein's got the Big Blue wall. He's building it back. Only way he goes back to ISU is if he just wants to play for his coach and finish out there. And, he'll take a lot less money for those reasons. But, you know, somebody throwing $7, $8, $9 million in your face, it's hard to turn that down. I mean, where do you see that Cam was promised? Pope did adjust the substitution a little at the year went. That's part of why I disagreed with you last night. Sometimes public pressure can get Pope to make, but I think that public pressure gets, I think it works on all coaches. You don't think Pope sees and these comments and things on Twitter talk about him being on the hot seat? Well, absolutely he does, 100%. But you're never going to get me to understand. And I keep going back to this. You've heard me say it 1,000 times. That SEC tournament game where Yelovich scored the first 7 points and came out and set the bench for 12 straight minutes. And I was a Yelovich fan, so I always watched for that because I really liked his IQ. I really liked his game. I'm not so sure I felt like he got a fair shake all year long. Felt like he was kind of a short leash, kind of a scapegoat type. If somebody needed to come in the game or somebody needed to come out, he would be the one to come out. But, I told Todd and Nathan, they're two of my best friends from high school. We're in a group chat together, and I told them probably back January, February that I felt like he would transfer just because I could just tell that I didn't feel like he was very happy. You just see it, All right. See here. May 27th is the last. Yeah, that's what Crash was telling me. And, the thing is, it seems like, that's almost 3 weeks away. Seems like we're in another waiting game. We've got to get a commit before him. We've got to do something. I would really love to wake up tomorrow. The only way I'm doing a stream tomorrow is if we get some kind of boom or a commitment. I would love to get window tomorrow. Compensated like a starter doesn't mean you were promised a starting position. In my eyes. No, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Stanley. I don't know if you saw the Pope video today. We watched it and talked about it. I'm okay with him having 4 guys a part of a general management team, but he still doesn't have that one guy on that team to lock down that roster. Or not lock down the roster. I'm sorry. I was reading a comment. He don't have that one guy in that room that sits down at that table, speaks with confidence, speaks with assertiveness, says, this is the deal. Let's get it done. We're not waiting for you to go home for 2 weeks and think about it and decide to give other teams, you're not using us for leverage. You're either signing with us today or we're moving on. So let's go. Yeah, I know. Believe me, yeah, Iowa State's gonna be good. That guy's a great coach. He really is. He really, really is. I may pull some up again. We watched some the other night. I'm currently watching a video right now of Ortega Oweh coming out of graduation right in front of Rupp Arena smoking a stogie. Looked like he's popped open the victory cigar. I'm a big fan of Oweh. I didn't want him back, ready to move on from him, but I like him. The way Pope plays, I really don't think being a starter specifically is a huge deal. Valid point. Per Kentucky Blue Balls YouTube channel, the Stokes story source was College Sports Network. I don't know anything about that source, though. Well, Holly and Holly and Crash both said it was equivalent, or it's an insult to be compared to the National Enquirer. It's an insult to the Enquirer. So, yes, somebody that's going to go in there and play hardball. Quit being a pushover. Quit being a walkover. Go in there, Pope. Flex your muscles. You can even walk into the closing room with many men playing in the background. I'm Mark Pope. I'm the head coach of Kentucky. You're not leaving this room until you sign. Let's do it right now. That's the way I feel, Shane, but I know positions are promised. I think that's why we've lost out on some people at Kentucky too, because, for one, I think that was one of the reasons why Santos ended up at LSU was just the lack of roster gave him options for way more playing time. Did you all see where the Kansas State guard, I can't think of his name, but he committed to LSU today. I kind of saw him resurfacing the other day, kind of his name popping up, but he committed to LSU, so LSU's starting to get a roster. Shady Will Wadey, as Holly calls him, Shady Will Wadey has said that he's going to live in the international game, like he's going to recruit all those players there. So I agree. I listened to his dad and Hawthorne's dad on Loyal BBN fan show. That guy does a good job. I'm going to try to get up with him to see if maybe we can do something, maybe a cross-platform show. I would really like to do something with him. I think he's great for the fan base. Pope needs a beard. An Amish Mark Pope. Let me see here. PJ, hey Joe, thanks for being here, man. I don't recognize your name. If you would, could please subscribe to the show. I appreciate you being here, coming by. Welcome anytime. We're usually a pretty positive BBN fan base. Sometimes I get a little hyped up. I get a little rowdy. Sometimes our fan base comes in packing heat, but we're pretty popular and glad to have you here. Who are you talking about, PJ? Am I missing something? You talking about the kid from Kansas State that went to LSU? And it isn't necessarily about Pope being a bad negotiator. We just need someone that isn't the coach doing the negotiation. Gotcha. Bashir, that's it. I think Kansas was after him. Will Wade running out of money yet? I don't think so. They've got 3 or 4 on their roster. I definitely agree with that statement. LSU got another Del Brown head coach. Wasn't the Del Brown that played at Kentucky, was it? I know him well. I feel sorry for LSU's AD. Will Wade's definitely going to get you in trouble. Why does give me a second here, guys. I got something cooking up over here. Nothing major, so don't get your hopes up, but just something popped into my head when who was it? Who was it? Was it Peanut that said that Mark Pope needs a beard? What about this? You think that would help him cut a deal? How you like Mark Pope with a beard? Oh, not a long beard, a stubbly beard, like the stubble that's on his head. Joe says I'd play for the Amish Pope. Hey, Amish Pope may pull more recruits than the Mormon Pope. It may help with someone from Iowa. Hey, those kids from Iowa can shoot that thing. Pepsi, reach out somehow. Hey, also remind you all, we talked about this a show one time really late at night. Let me find it here. Some of you all will remember, others of you will not. I will be partaking, just so you know. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. from Knoxville, Tennessee, the Redneck Brawl. Okay, you have to watch this. It's only like $20. You get 30 fights and a ring girl competition. It's 3 1-minute rounds. Basically, they go balls to the wall for 3 1-minute rounds unless they get knocked out. But let me tell you this, and this is no joke. Kentucky's well represented. We got twins, I think, from Harlan or Hazard. Moorhead's represented. Harlan, Hazard, Moorhead, Somerset. This one right here, this right here, he's one of the this one right here, he was one of the twins from Harlan or Hazard. But there's a guy, and if any of y'all are from southeastern Kentucky, you've probably heard of Daryl Hinkle Construction. Daryl Hinkle is actually fighting tomorrow. That was one of the twins that flexed. There he is right there. If you get in there in the ring and you fight, you know what I'm saying? You get $500 when you walk out if you win. Breathitt County, yeah, I mean, Kentucky's well represented. I'm not lying. But just to be quite honest, I will be tuning in. It's a great 3-4 hours. Commentary's funny. Catfish Cooley. There's a girl that fights. Her name, they got a Meat and Taters. They got a girl called Peter Beater. They got a woman that's called Night Quill because she slumps them and puts them to sleep. I agree. If you ain't doing nothing tomorrow, you know what I wish I could do that wouldn't be copyrighted? I wish I could stream it from my computer and share my screen, and we would watch it and react to it on here. But I'm sure there's a copyright that I'd probably get in trouble for because it's a pay-per-view. And now I will tell you this: the first hour is on the Redneck Brawl YouTube channel for free. They let you watch the first hour for free, trying to get you interested to where you buy the remaining. No, you go to redneckbrawl.tv if you want to buy the pay-per-view. But Peanut, the first hour is on the and actually, let me go to it right now. I'll go to the YouTube channel so you can see it. But you want to watch Daryl Hinkle fight. Apparently, he scammed a lot of people out of his construction company in southeastern Kentucky, and he's fighting against his wife's ex-husband. and they've been going at it on, making videos, promo videos, things like that. And I'm just telling you, you're going to want to tune in. I think it's going to be an entertaining. If I can find the channel. They actually have right now, it's already on there. I may watch it later. They've got the live weigh-ins from today on there. But let me get you back up here. You can't find this kind of content everywhere, guys. Who else is talking about the Redneck Brawl? This is the YouTube channel. It's got a link up here to the Redneck Brawl TV. You can see that's if you want to buy the pay-per-view. Tomorrow, if you'll click on live at 8 o'clock, the first hour, you'll be able to watch. Sometimes they don't get started till 8:30, so you really only get to see 30 minutes of fighting. And some of the first fights. But this guy up here at the top, this is one of the twins. His name's Little Smokey. He's got a twin named Little Fire. And these two guys they go at it. They don't ever fight each other, but they're fighting another set of twins from somewhere else. They're from, I think they're from Hazard, Kentucky. Manchester's also well represented. There's going to be a lot of Clay County people there. But if you go on this show right now, the weigh-ins are already on there from tonight. And they give you a preview that lasts about, I think the last preview down here for Redneck Brawl 11 was an hour and 7 minutes. So I've not missed one. I think we're on Redneck Brawl 13. Yeah. So tune in tomorrow. I think it's going to be a blast. If nothing else, I laugh about it. Yeah, that's one of the females' names when they get in the ring. Hinkle is also down here. Yeah, that's him. He's in Somerset now. That's he's Daryl Hinkle. He's fighting tomorrow. His weigh-in was just posted on Facebook. Go to Redneck Brawl on Facebook, and you can see his weigh-in with him and his wife's ex-husband. I could live react for the first hour. I could do that. Send me your woman's number, Joe. Hinkle Construction. That's him. Oh, listen, Joe. This stuff is crazy because the women actually has a little bit better action than men, because once that bell rings, the women go flying at each other in the middle and they just start throwing haymakers. Some of the guys are actually decent fighters. There's a guy that called Shizat, the Rizat. He's a fighter. He can fight. There's a guy named Tennessee Cornbread that can fight. Some of them actually have some skills, but for the most part, there are amateurs that just go in there throwing haymakers. And by the end of the first round, they're so damn tired they can't stand up. Yeah, they do a lot of work, but I hear they do a lot of scamming too. We need to get Perry Stevenson. Hey, listen, Chris Adams popped up on my Facebook today after all that talking, and I saw where he was dogging Pope. I saw Chris Adams. I even checked out his profile today. He looked like I don't know what. She sounds like one lady I'll stay away from. Listen, she's got red hair, and she's going against some girl that's got blue hair. I'm telling you, man, this is the craziest shit I've ever watched, and I don't miss it. I buy a subscription to Redneck Brawl when it comes up, and then I'll cancel the subscription the next day, so I basically get it a month. But when the next one comes around, I buy it again. Men dancing, women fighting. I wouldn't say dancing, but they're definitely not as eager as the women. Damn. Pro kickboxer, stay away from that. Yeah, he does. Something's not right with that dude, man. He's angry. He is angry. I don't know why somebody gets so torched about, he gets torched about Pope. Like I really did check out his profile. Like, I'm like, this dude is, Pope versus Kelsey Pope would have the reach on Kelsey, but I think Kelsey's got a little fire in him. Peanut, what'd you think about old swaggy Pope at the end of his video today? Georgia Outlaw. I've said I want Tennessee Cornbread and Georgia Outlaw to fight each other. Those dudes are built. I'm telling you right now, Tennessee Cornbread put out, he's fighting. I don't think Georgia Outlaw's fighting this time, but Tennessee Cornbread is. And he put out a promo video today, and dude is jacked. Straight up stacked. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, Chris Adams, I don't know what his deal is. He definitely a Cal fan and not a Pope fan. Are you going to watch your OTC tomorrow night? What's OTC, Nate? What are you talking about? Are you going to watch? I'm lost. OTC, Saturday night. I don't know what he's talking about. He's angry at the people. Listen, I understand that, but Cal left us. We didn't pay his buyout. He actually saved us $40-some million. He left. His video said it the best. It's time for Big Blue Nation to hear another voice, and I respect Cal for that. Butterbean. I remember old Butterbean. That would have been gangster if he had a neatly trimmed beard to cover his shit. Maybe. I saw him dogging Pope on Facebook on a KSR post, and he left an absolutely vile comment about another man's wife. Something like, your wife is a lot of guys starting five. Yeah, that is a piece of shit. Especially when he's married and he's got his wife in his profile picture. You know, like, how can she be married to somebody act like that? There's a wrestling pay-per-view tomorrow. So you're telling me the original tribal chief, that's what you're talking about. I didn't know there was a wrestling pay-per-view tomorrow. Which wrestling pay-per-views tomorrow? My sis hates listening to Chris Adams. He hates on UK if we lose, but doesn't say anything when we win and loves Cal. That's what I'm saying. If you're sitting around hating on you, if you're sitting there watching UK wanting them to lose just so you can throw shade and hate, take the BBN out of your profile, take UK out of your profile, switch everything to the Woo Pig Suey Arkansas hogback, and just quit rooting for Kentucky. Quit trying to convince me you're a Kentucky fan because it's not working. Backlash. There's only 4 pay-per-views. Any of this other stuff's just trying to get our money. Good thing I pay for Peacock because I'll probably watch it. It was Cal that said coaches have a 10-year shelf life. Now, Patino may have said it too, but Cal said it in reference to Kentucky. I think he said since day one that Kentucky was a 10-year job. Yeah, I know somebody who loves Cal, but not Kentucky. Oh, yeah. I've called him out for his fandom, and he's told me I wasn't allowed to tell him how to be a fan. Yeah, I'm not, there's only certain, I try to support all YouTubers because I appreciate their support too. But, I'm not trying to click on that stuff. I don't watch UFC, David. I tell you what, I done told you. There's nothing that's going to top me watching at 8 o'clock tomorrow. I might go impromptu and do a Redneck Brawl stream, and we can watch the first hour or so on here, but I'm watching the whole damn thing. I've already paid for the subscription to the channel on my TV. I downloaded the app. Joe B. Hall said about the 10-year shelf life. That's new. Thank you. I didn't know that. 90% of his comments are arguing against him, so that's where his I like Loyal BBN fan. He does a great job. I like Lance Dawes that does the Locked on Kentucky. But I can tell you right now, I'm a little disappointed in Lance that, I've messaged him asking him to, just subscribe to the show, follow the show. I sent him the link. I mean, he won't even follow me back on Twitter. He's big timing me. Lance Dawes is big timing me from Locked On Kentucky. No, I didn't know that. Holly's bringing heat. I'm going to have to get me some new, I can put custom emojis in the membership stuff. So I'm going to have to start making some custom emojis for when you all drop these bombs. Yeah, Joe B, he's from Cynthiana, which is right. I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with Cynthiana, Kentucky. But it's right next to us, probably about a 30-minute drive. And I'm going to show you, and some of you've probably seen this before, but this is if you drive through Cynthiana. Oh, hold on here. If you go through Cynthiana, which is actually Joe B's hometown, they've painted this mural on the side of a building, just kind of paying homage to Joe B and kind of not only what he meant to Kentucky, the entire state of Kentucky and Cynthiana. So I thought that was pretty cool that, that was in my eyes, a neat way to, kind of pay homage to a man that has done a lot. So, all right, guys, just for an update here, I'm up to 595 subscribers, 595. So if you are new here, we still have close to 100 watching. If you're new here, click on the like and subscribe button, like the show, subscribe to the channel. We're taking this to the top. Kind of like Doge. Y'all remember Dogecoin? It was going to the top. Yeah, I've already watched that, Peanut. I thought that was a great show. I enjoyed that one. I'll be honest with you. Sometimes I don't like when he takes call-ins, but just some of the people that call in. I mean, there's some good callers sometimes, but that's not one of my favorite parts about it. If somebody wanted to really be on screen with me, all you got to do is tell me and I'll send you a link, but I'm not just going to open it up for really anybody to call in. Yeah, I mean, Pope says he's a hard worker. I definitely expect him to play. Mitchell Barnhart is to blame for our current state more than anyone. Cal left right before Mitchell's retirement. He didn't want to put in the time to research for a good candidate. I'll be honest with you. I don't even like to mention the name Mitch. I hate Mitch McConnell. I hate Mitch Barnhart. The name Mitch hadn't been good to me. So, two guys to fill his shoes. I'm not a big fan of that either. I talked about that the other night, but if that's the path they choose to go to, then, I guess that's something we're just got to live with. But he was supposed to be exercising, but he spent an hour telling me stories. I love that man so much. I am legit getting teary-eyed. Yeah, I don't think there's a better ambassador to the state of Kentucky and the university than Joe B. Hall. Joe B came to Deming one time to wish our boys good luck in the 10th region tournament. Yeah, I know Robertson County is the neighboring county to Harrison County, which is where Cynthiana is. But Robertson County is also the smallest county in the state of Kentucky. And for Joe B to show up just to wish the boys luck, that kind of tells you what kind of person he is. It speaks a lot to his character. I don't think you can ever hear one bad – I mean, you can't hear anybody say one bad word about Joe B. I've never heard one cross word. Awesome. That's a good story. Good story. I grew up with Joe B's grandson, played baseball with him at Southeastern, graduated in the same class, Jeff Derrickson. He was an awesome baseball player. I think he went on to play at VCU. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Amen. Amen. That sounds exactly like something he would do. Right. And, oh, damn. That's a pretty good Babe Ruth team, Peanut. Jeez. You probably didn't crack that lineup, did you? Hell, you probably didn't even crack that lineup. Hey, if you're new here, comment in the chat. We want to hear from everybody. You know, we want to hear from everybody. Was you a good bat boy? Is that what you did? Did you do bat boy? I wasn't born. I was born in 80 or 78, but I can relate. Good old Austin Kearns played for the Reds. What's he doing now? Like, where is he at now? I know he's out of baseball, but is he doing anything in the state of Kentucky? Is he? Looking in the group chat here to see if we can. Did you see where Colin Chandler, the picture with Trent Noah before he left Kentucky to head west? I'm going to miss Chandler. I feel like his basketball game is replaceable. I already feel like we may have people better than what Chandler was. I appreciate what Chandler did. Chandler was at sometimes last year our really only consistent player. I know he went through some down spots, but, you know, he hit a lot of tough clutch shots to, you know, help us win some games. Our season would have been a lot worse if it wasn't for Chandler. I didn't necessarily want him back, so to speak, but I wish him well. I'll probably tune in to some BYU games just to watch him. I definitely think Alex Wilkins is better than Chandler. I agree. I know somebody commented earlier, and I haven't seen him comment in a while, so he may not still be on here. Our good old boy that's retired, that you know, when he's retired, is it what's his name? He commented early on, and I didn't address the comment because I was doing something else. Yeah. But anyways, he asked about what was wrong with the Reds. Well, they've lost about 8 in a row. I think they entered at like 20-9, and now they're like 20-18 or something. I don't know. 20-19 maybe now. Astros got like 14 guys hurt, or 13-25, and they run ruled us 10-0. Oh, I agree. Thanks for being here, Neil. Thanks for joining the chat. Let me look on Twitter to see if maybe we've got a surprise commit at 11:20 on a Friday night. Yeah, I agree. I haven't really thought about it, but WNBA started tonight. I watched Washington Mystics and the Toronto Tempo tonight. Only reason I watched them is I wanted to see Georgia Amore for the Mystics. The girls, she's a stud. I wonder if she could win Rookie of the Year this year since she didn't play last year due to an injury. She's tough. And I also liked the Toronto Tempo had Tiani Key from Kentucky. So it kind of started tonight. I always look forward to the WNBA. I think some of those girls play a good brand of basketball. I think it's kind of fun to watch. Are you talking about Window? I hope he disappears to Lexington, is what I hope. Are you hearing anything, Peanut? Are you talking to Chris Adams or Icon for your inside source? Icon might have taken a break tonight. I think he got a little frustrated with us last night. I wasn't buying what he was selling last night. I like him. He's a great member of the chat. He's loyal to us. He comes in here, but I wasn't buying what he was selling. Yeah, I know. It's like as soon as the season's over, you got like a week for the draft. It's nuts. I agree. I kind of like it though, because there's kind of a lull in sports there, and it gives you something to watch, especially when the Reds have dropped 9 in a row. I'm not watching another Reds game till they win another series. I'm holding out. I am holding out. I'll tell you what I will watch tomorrow. 2 things. Indiana Fever against the Dallas Wings. That's Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers. Also got Boston, who's really, really good. Also got Raven Johnson from South Carolina. Mitchell. Indiana Fever is going to be really, really good this year. And then, the Dallas Wings are tough. They're tough with Page and AZ, and it's going to be a fun game to watch. And then you know what I'm watching after that? Redneck Brawl. Peanut, we're not talking baseball. Only when I want to talk baseball. And we're only talking baseball when I want to talk baseball. And I only want to talk baseball when the Reds win. So I feel like getting why do you think that? Do you think a money thing, or they don't play the same position? I'm going to tell you, Peanut. I'm going to tell you right now. Hey, you need to let Mark Pope, you need to let him cook. Let him cook. I told you we weren't talking it. What do you think? I mean, I don't know if Crash. What do you think? Huidino or whatever. Huendo. What do you think he's going to? What do you think he's asking for? What's his price? I'm curious. What do you think his asking price is? I looked at exactly what I said to Icon that made him so angry. It was just that he freaks out anytime someone doesn't sunshine pump for Pope. Torres laughed at. Icon told me to F off. Listen, Crash. You've never been negative in this room. Not for 1 second did I think that you were negative in other chats. Most people, whatever personality you bring to this YouTube channel is the same personality you take to other YouTube channels. If you're an asshole in this one, you're probably an asshole in other ones. If you come in respectful, inviting good communication, good conversation, good banter, you're probably like that in all of them. That's just the way it is. But I also kind of gathered that, when you get worked up like that, and if Icon's in here, I'm not trying to, crap on him in any way, because I like him. I appreciate his contributions to the show. But I mean, anytime you're in something like that and you get that worked up that quick, I mean, wow. Oh, 3 million. If he takes at least 3 million, that gives us a good 7-8 for my. Oh yeah, we're going to find the money. We're going to give Pope, if Pope wants those 2, and a lot of people feel like, Pope's on the hot seat. This is a make or break year for Pope. The best thing Kentucky can do, and this is what I heard Louisville was doing with Kelsey. Give him the resources for this last year, and if they still can't produce, they still struggle, then they know they're not the guy. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way I believe. I'm just me being honest. I don't think you can go from being a respectful, positive, contributing member in one chat to an asshole in the other. I think most people take the same vibe, same personality into whatever YouTube channel you're going to. Maybe 4. Listen, I don't care if he's 5 and mommy's 10. You find it. Get in that room, close the deal. That's all I'm going to say about it. Get in there, close the deal, give us mommy, give us a window, and let's go chase number 9. Let's do it. Yeah, that's the saying, David. Just, You know, me and Crash had a disagreement last night, but it was a civil discussion. You know, I respected his opinion and I could understand where he was coming from, but you know, none of us in here have to agree on everything. This would be a very boring world if everybody agreed on the same points. I think that's what makes this fun is each of you give a different, unique perspective. A lot of the stuff you all say is a lot of the stuff I agree with, but if I don't agree with it, then I will tell you. And it's not, you know, nothing personal. And I think that's why I like the group that we have here. Call Papa John. Louisville going to. Yeah, I think he's knowledgeable, Holly. You can tell he's knowledgeable and you can tell he's kind of passionate, but, you know, if you don't agree with him, it may be, you know. I didn't know all this. I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you this list right here. And you all probably knew this. I didn't. Maybe Pope's getting mommy. I remember him saying it. There's my girl right there. Yeah, we brought Redneck Brawl into the classroom. I never lost either. Deanna, I never lost. Undefeated. That's my girl right there. Been a longtime friend of mine. She's my work wife, my work mom, takes care of me. I go live 2 or 3 times a week, Neil, no lie. I've been going live on boom days, but I went live last night from 9 to 1:30. So I went to bed. I got offline at 1:30 last night and had to get up at 6 ready to go to work. So I may go live again tomorrow night. You never know. I don't really have a set schedule. It's usually when some news comes out about Kentucky that I feel like brings good discussion. If nothing's going on, like one day I streamed on Thursday and I didn't stream again till Monday or Tuesday of the next week just because nothing really happened. I was expecting Cody Figure to drop a boom. I thought we were getting a recruit. It didn't happen, so I didn't feel any need just to come on here and talk just for the sake of talking. But I appreciate you being here, man. Hope you subscribe. Hope you can come back. William, hey, if you're new here, subscribe for me. Thanks for coming by. I enjoy it. I'm getting close to 600 subscribers. Look, I'm at 598. Let's see where I'm at. 598 still. UK's real problem starts with us. For some reason, our fans are good people in real life. That would be something I'd probably disagree with, Joe. And the reason why, I appreciate you, Neil, 100%, brother. I appreciate you. There's those Arkansas. Let me see. Every fan base has these fans. You can't tell me that Duke don't have negative fans when they lose a game, when Shire makes a mistake. I saw some Michigan fans last year during games that questioned Dusty May or whatever. The reason we hear our fan base is because these are the ones we follow. We don't hear a lot from Duke, Kansas, North Carolina, Michigan, Florida, or whatever, because we probably don't follow a lot of their fan base. And I'll be honest with you, it's kind of like, the loudest voice gets heard. And I think that's the problem with BBN is our fans that are upset or angry are the loudest. We have a really good fan base, passionate fan base. I don't think they necessarily, I'm not going to say they don't cause some problem, but I don't think our fan base is ever the deciding factor on whether or not a recruit comes here. I'll be honest with you. I think those recruits see some of the stuff they don't see at all. But you're welcome to agree and disagree. But I don't think that's the case. That's kind of what I thought, especially with that last little grin. Felt like he already knew something. And he keeps telling us to be patient. He's got it under control, Now, Jimmy, I'll give you the Matumbo. We just have the largest fan base, so it seems like right. And I think that's what it is. How many times do you see, if you're really happy with something after a game, a big win, You may go on Twitter, Facebook, you may post once. These guys that are negative will post the entire thread of their thoughts, and every time they think of something else to bash Pope my problem is when they start personally attacking Pope or the players. If you want to criticize someone for having a bad game, or if you want to criticize a coach for a decision, listen, those of you that are new, I'm a high school basketball coach. I get criticized after every game, Facebook, Twitter, it's the nature of the position. Criticize me all you want as far as my decision making, the players I play, the substitutions I make, the plays I call, anything like that you want to criticize, go ahead. But when you start personally attacking me or the players I coach, that's where I have a problem. And it's kind of the same way with Kentucky. Be critical. These players are making a lot of money now. Pope's making a lot of money now. Pope's the head coach at the University of Kentucky, what used to be the gold standard. They deserve criticism. They don't deserve personal attacks. It's the main topic. I would argue that, I'm going to be covering a lot of football once the football season starts. Will Stein is doing a remarkable job. I think he's already got a top 10 recruiting class. But I told you all what was going to happen, and you're all going to see this. Those of you that are your first time here, write it down that on May 8th, 2026, Patrick from the Stay Hot podcast predicted that because of the Kentucky schedule being so difficult, it's the second hardest schedule in the entire country. The SEC is brutal. Stein's going to have a tough year. We may win 4 or 5 games. I think if we win 6, we should be happy. Maybe I'm selling them short. But, Stein's got a lot of talent in here, don't get me wrong. And I'm going to have to see it on the floor or on the field before I make that assumption. But the second hardest schedule in the country for a new coach, bringing in a lot of new players, trying to get your system in place. I just think it's a tough spot for him. And you wait for the fan base. All those type in Will Stein right now and screenshot all the people that are loving him. Will Stein's the greatest. Will Stein's the GOAT. Will Stein this, Will Stein. It'll be the same people that are turning their back on him in September, October, on a Saturday when we're in a ball game with Ole Miss and we're in a dogfight. It'll be the same ones that are turning their back. That's true. Yeah. Is that Phil 68's Goodman, right? I'd like to invite him on this show and debate him. Peanut, we're not going there tonight. You had to throw in that KSR stuff. I see you taking those jabs. You're taking those jabs. Hey, little Shank taking those jabs. Life is rough in Kentucky. Poverty is real. I know a lot of people take out their frustration. That's true. I mean, gas pushing $5 a gallon. $4.89 where I work, but $4.49 where I live. Tell me why it's 40 cents difference other than inflation. And I've said all along, Facebook, social media in general, not just Facebook, but Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is. Only one I have is Twitter and Facebook. Oh, I do have Snapchat, but I don't ever really use it much other than a few streaks I got. But they go on there to voice their displeasure because of one reason. It only takes one person to comment, agree, or one person to like their status to give them validation that they're right. It's a soundboard is all it is. No, I usually just block them, Crash. And if I see it in the chat after a game or so, I'll block it in here. I won't do the timeout. I'll go straight to the ban. No, you can't. But, the coaching business works, David, and you'll hear college coaches say this. Majority of them, you'll hear, I don't know about NBA coaches because I don't watch or listen to a lot of them, but they'll tell you that the players win the game, the coaches lose the game. And I tell every time I'm interviewed by a media source, that's kind of the approach I take. I take responsibility for all losses. I give the players all credit for wins. Yeah, like what was you sending that to me for about Santos? I knew that he signed with LSU. I didn't really understand what you were doing. If we get 7, we'll definitely get a bowl. I say we upset Bama this year. I'm not going there. Yeah, I'm not a Goodman fan. He's an ass. Agree. Yeah, I saw where Ohio was already over 5. Shane, and like we said, still in the media world, Kentucky basketball drives or moves the needle, I should say. You put anything on Twitter right now about Kentucky basketball and you're getting clicks. I put something on Kentucky basketball on Twitter about when they missed out on Stokes. I just said that I was shocked that our coaching staff put as much time, money, and resources into this recruitment when they knew they weren't going to get him. And after like 18 hours, I had 34,000 views. And there wasn't really any hate. There wasn't really any side to jump on. And there was already 34,000 views. Well, I think Pope's cut off a lot of people. And I don't think it's necessarily because they're negative or whatever. I think Pope's focused. Pope's focused right now. He don't have time to be going on media shows. He's recruiting. All right. We'll get him on the Stay Hot podcast one day, even if I got to pay him on Cameo. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that he went all the way to Israel. Yeah. But we knew that, right? But Israel wasn't the only place he went. If we watch that second video. Damn. What's it at where you work, David? What's gas at where you work? Right. I agree. Not BNN, BBN. I don't know if I would say trolled. Let me ask you this, Shane. Put yourself in Stokes' shoes. You're the best player in the country. You can go to any school you want. You got a few schools fighting over you. Wouldn't you use any leverage you could as an 18-year-old to get more money? I don't blame him at all. Not at all. All right, let me show you all this. These are all the players that are testing the NBA waters. I wasn't aware of all these. This is part of the BBN Hall of Fame chat. I don't know if I like that view there. So, I don't know if I was trying to make that. I was trying to make it a little bit bigger. Let's see. All right. So we got, these are all the people testing the draft waters that can decide whether to come back or stay. You got Tyler Tanner. That's the point guard for Vandy. I'd be shocked if he stays in, but I look for him. I don't know. I just maybe he won't. But Cameron Carr, De La Reyes, I saw video of that kid today. He's good. Ebuka Okori, Morez Johnson, Isaiah Evans, Daylon Swain, Alan Graves. Alan Graves is the kid from Santa Clara, but I think he's mentioned that Kentucky's not even an option. Amari Allen. I didn't know Fiore Badunga. I didn't know he was testing the NBA waters. I thought he was just going straight to Louisville. Koa Pete, that dude's real. Arizona freshman, he's the real deal. I'm a big fan. So I guess if he's just testing, he'll go back to Arizona. Has that been said? Malik Thomas, Arkansas. There's Yesufu. Yesufu said that he was staying in the draft. Moreno, Billy Richmond from Arkansas. There's Ruben Chinaloo from Florida. There's Mommy. Matt Abel, John Blackwell, Pavla Bacco. I've seen the video. I'm not even going to try to pronounce Veselvoladishenko, Muhammad Amini. I'm not mentioning all those. But some of those names I wasn't familiar with. I didn't really realize those were the ones that were testing the NBA waters. All right, let's see here. Today it's 413. Man, that's good. 413. It's sad that we're settling for $4. Are there any other hometown media outlets that take a jab at their own coach every chance they get, though? Oh, I'm sure there are. You don't think North Carolina radio was all over Hubert Davis? What about some of these good teams over the years that struggled, entered the season as a really high hopes and don't end up making the tournament? I guarantee you there. Now, why do we know that happens? Because it's our team and that's who we follow. I agree. Not on Pope because he didn't get the deal done. Stokes was never going to Kentucky. What's on Pope is the fact that he wasted all that time from October and then the 2 weeks after the visit. The only reason Stokes came to that visit, and I've said this before, 2 reasons. One, as leverage to get more money out of Kansas. And 2, I think he's got respect for Mo Williams because of the connections he has with Mo. And I think he gave that visit for that reason. And you can't say that Kentucky paid for that visit because it was unofficial. So he paid for that on his own. Peanut, he is still trying to spin. I agree. I always think everything happens for a reason. Missing out on Stokes might not be that bad. We might get a couple guys who fits Pope's system better. And that may not be as big as a headache. But like I said, I'm not going to sit here and say at this point in time that I'm happy we missed out on Stokes because he seems to be arrogant. He seems to be posting pictures with money, posting his cell phone of chicks offering sexual favors. That doesn't take away from the fact that we wanted him on the court in blue and white. Oh, Mark Byington? Heck yeah. But I want Jay Lucas. I'm not going to lie. I wish my boy, the Toddcast, is on here. He's all big into that UFO alien stuff. I don't follow it. I saw some things about it online, but no, I don't know what you're talking about. Billy Clyde didn't get much criticisms. I just don't know if I was as active on social media when Billy Clyde was the coach as I am now, so I probably didn't see as much of it. Right there. When you lose, all hometown. I agree with that statement. But, and I've also said this. Do you know what cures everything? Winning. The internet ecosystem wasn't around as much. Right, that's what I was saying. And if it was, I wasn't as active on it. Guys, I didn't get a cell phone until I was damn near 24, 25. I said I'd never get one. Then once I got one and I found out how easy texting was, I was sold. Yeah, it was $4.49 in Augusta today, $4.89 in Falmouth. Hell, one media outlet chased Billy Clyde all the way around, Joe. Hell, wasn't that Cutler? Alan Cutler chased him all the way around. Chased him around. I mean, hell, they were following him all around. Billy Clyde had some issues, man. He reminded me a lot of Bobby Petrino. Yeah, I can't wait for that game. We might do a pregame and postgame, stay hot for that Kansas game. I'm going to be ready. I might even get me some Fireball so I can stay hot. Jay Lucas recruits well. I hated that we only got him for 1 year at Kentucky. I wonder what happened there. I wonder if it's something with Cal, disagreement, or, he just wanted to go to Duke. I'm not sure. Anything the government says, I'm skeptical of. Yeah, he drove around New Circle Road. That's right. That's funny. The thing that makes me mad about the Stokes deal is Nike should have said, if you go to an Adidas school, then you better get an Adidas contract. I understand that take. I don't know if I agree with that, because whether he plays at Kansas or not, he's going to make Nike a lot of money in the future. Think about it. Once he goes pro, he won't probably wear Adidas ever again. And he's only staying in Adidas for what, 1 year? 1 year? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I need to get up there. Man, I can't find time. I need to get up there and get one of those Western omelets. Are you working tonight, David? You must not be if you're on here this late. It just sucks at the two most time. And that's what I think that's what I was getting at. In that BBN Hall of Fame chat, when Matt Jones joined it today, that was his frustration. That the two of the most talented players in the country, I think he used top 10, two of the top 10 talented players in the country are both from Kentucky, and we got neither of them. It wasn't just the fact that they went to Kansas. It was the fact that neither of them came to Kentucky. I don't think it really mattered to him where they went. It's just that where they didn't end up. It's kind of what I thought too. Cats by 90 edits. What's up, man? Thanks for coming by. If you're new here, give me a subscribe on the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. I'd appreciate it even more if you become a member. Help me out. Those of you that appreciate my show, join that membership. It's only 99 cents a month. You won't even miss it. You won't even know what's coming out. No, but Miss Birdie is. She'll make you a Western omelet. Just send me an order or call the store. I don't know if I'm going tonight, but Kentucky needs a big-time prep school. I think it was talked about at one time. I don't drink, Jake, but there is one time somebody made me a drink. It was some kind of pineapple and fireball mixture. Yeah, it could have done some bad things to me. It tasted pretty good. It could have done some bad things. Guys, let's go. 602. 602 subscribers. Let's get it. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. I said if one of these days in here when I'm wanting to stay hot, I'll bring the fireball. Let's see if we can get me up to 606. Appreciate you guys 100%. Love it, love it, love it. Ooh, Chester Ritchie I posted this show in the Men of KSR, and he referred to our coach as March Pope. March Pope. I think, hey, he wins a couple games in March. And then somebody had to comment the Ken Whiffy Jr. See, I mean, what the hell's going on? Like, why? Why is that necessary? We haven't whiffed on anybody in a week or two. Man. I'll be working this weekend and Monday whenever you want. All right. I need to get up there. He wanted Cal to offer kids before their junior year. When he left, or when he wasn't, and hold on. He wanted Cal to offer kids before their junior year when he wasn't. And he wanted Cal to modernize his offense, and Cal wouldn't. So I think if you remember, that was one of the biggest gripes of that season was the offense. But Cal's got a team this year in Arkansas. Don't be surprised if you don't start hearing positionless and dribble drive again. He's got a pretty good squad that can get downhill, get to the rim, hit that dunker spot. There better be more than two that hit that like button. Hit that like button. Get it in here. Let's get on everybody's TV at 11:51 p.m. on May 8th. Let's do it. I'm getting hyped. Probably waking my daughter up as she sleeps. She's not feeling good. Went to bed early, and I'm in here screaming. 606-122. Damn. Hey, what about Y2PK? For my initials, Y2PK. That's right. Hey, y'all, after the stream ends, leave some comments on the video. Patrick, get help him even. Yeah, I appreciate it. You're all, I appreciate you more than you know. You know what? I felt sick before the stream. Sorry, but I'm starting to feel better now. There may be something to what you were saying. Yeah, I really do think, I had a headache too earlier. About 8:30, I was texting somebody. I was like, man, I got to do a podcast at 9:30. I don't know if I'm feeling it. But just getting on here and just the positive interactions with everybody, man, it's something. I'm telling you. Like button's the thumbs up button. It's probably my screen looks different than your all's, but if you go out and it's underneath the underneath the thumbnail, I think it's a thumbs up. And there's also one of these, but we don't want to hit that. A couple people have hit that on me just because probably Louisville fans. But no, I'm like I said, I'm continuing to work every day. I've already put a lot of money into this, so if anybody would consider memberships or, super chats or whatever like that, not expected, but it is appreciated. I'm going to take this thing as far as I can. You all make this happen. Pretty much spot on. He wanted to modernize Cal, but look what Jay's doing at Miami. Jay's one of those young guys that's got that great connection to the AAU circuit. Jay's fairly young, a great basketball mind, comes from great basketball genes. I really thought when Cal hired Jay Lucas, I really thought that was going to take us to the next level. Seemed like Cal had a problem giving him a little bit of freedom. And I'll be honest with you, when I first started coaching, I had great assistant coaches, but the amount of freedom I gave them probably was a little bit disrespectful in their eyes. I was a micromanager. And it's just not, I would tell them I trusted them, and deep down, I think I did trust them or they wouldn't be on my staff. But I kind of had the mindset of, if something goes wrong or this ship sinks, it's on me. I'm the head coach. The assistant coaches aren't hearing or catching hell when the ship sinks. It's me. So I would always let them offer suggestions, but I very rarely ever took their suggestions because, like I said, I'm the one catching hell, so it's going to be my decision. And that was the wrong approach. And, I've been coaching over 20 plus years now. And, I've got an assistant coach now that I give him full reign of the defense. He controls all defenses, what defenses we run, when we run them, what we switch to. He teaches, he takes control of the practices on when we do defense. So, as you get older, and I'm hoping that Pope, and that's what I said earlier, I want Pope to have somebody over there he trusts that can help with parts of the game that he may not have mastered yet. X's and O's, I think he's really good. I think he's really good at making adjustments. I really do. I like what he does. I really do think that some of the things he does at halftime to bring back some of these deficits, the adjustments he makes. Of course, when I watch the game, I don't always watch it from a fan perspective. I watch it sometimes as a coach's perspective, and sometimes that's not healthy for me. But I think somebody over there that Pope can trust that can help him with substitutions. You can't sub a player just to be subbing. There's got to be a reason. You can't look over at that bench and say, oh, shit, Hawthorne ain't been in yet. Oh, I'm going to put him in. You can't do that. You can't do that. It doesn't make sense, and it's going to hurt the production. I did know that. I wouldn't have known the year, but I did know. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you. Anybody else that's in here, like that chat. That's Pope's problem. He's a micromanager. I think so right now. And I think he kind of had that mindset, first 2 years at Kentucky. This is Kentucky. This is my baby. This is my ship. If it's going down, it's going to be because of me. And, I'm hoping – I've not heard anything. I'm hoping he has somewhat of a relationship with what's his name? Mo Williams. I think he's got a decent relationship with Mikel McLean, but I'm not 100% sure what all Mikel McLean does. You don't really hear much about him. I know he goes on a lot of recruiting trips with Pope. I know he was on a lot of the visits and things that Pope did, but I'm I think he's got to have somebody over there that he trusts. And that strong connection that you said is also what – right. That's what I'm saying right there. You've got to have that connection to these high school kids, and those connections can't start once they graduate. Start making these connections in, on the circuit when they become a freshman in these 15U, 16U, 17U, whatever. You've got to have some young guy. And I thought Jason Hart was that guy because that's all I read, but something with Jason Hart didn't check out. It just, I don't know. Do you all think that he's got that kind of relationship with Mo Williams? Is he going to trust Mo enough to give him the opportunity to do some player player development, give him a leash to where, Pope doesn't necessarily have to be in the gym, or Pope doesn't necessarily have to be around, and Mo still be able to work, or Mo still have some of those connections, interactions with the players where he can work with them. Do you think Mo gets a little bit longer leash because Mo played, he's, NBA? But, I think Jason Hart played. Didn't he play at Syracuse, big-time college basketball? I thought he played at Syracuse. I could be wrong. I'm a little behind on your comments, guys. I'm sorry. I agree about Arkansas team this year, but they don't have any bigs, and it's hard to win with. It is hard to win with freshmen. It is hard. I give you that. Amen. Amen. And that's what I'm saying about, that's what frustrates me. It'll be the same people, too, that do the same thing to Will Stein. It's like Pope didn't know who gelled together, and he needs to know that before the season starts this year. I don't think he recruited the right pieces last year, and I think he knows that. And I think that, it was talked about all season long about the roster construction, the roster management. And I think that's one of the reasons why Keegan Brown was brought in. He's supposed to be really good at that. I'm not disagreeing there. I'm not. Okay. I think you have to. Nobody that comes to coach at the University of Kentucky wants to be micromanaged. They know and understand who the boss is. They know and understand who they report to, but give them a little bit of freedom. Mo Williams has coached at Jacksonville State, a Division I program. Don't think he had much success, but Jacksonville State it's a small D1 school. Give him a little bit of autonomy and let him work. I think Coach Pope earned some cool points today in his video when he dropped the mic at the end with the 50 Cent song. I know a lot of people are going crazy online. I really do. And here's the thing I was saying. A lot of these people, they're going to find a reason to gripe eventually. But I saw a lot more positive than negative about Pope's videos these last 3 days. The only one that stuck with me was negative when somebody tried to say that Pope didn't know what he was doing, or Pope had done enough videos at this point in time. He needed to get back to recruiting. But, I agree. You got to have somebody that when you walk into those negotiations, I think you got to have somebody with a little bit of swag and confidence. I'm not saying arrogance, but confidence. Just pretend we beat Tennessee in 25 and didn't collapse versus Iowa State. Pope would be the golden. Well, not arguing. I think just because Mo has that name recognition, Crash, these AAU kids are going to know Mo Williams. And we got that this year, Joe. We got that. If you go back and watch the Alex Wilkins highlights, I did a whole show on Alex Wilkins. If you just want to go to that instead of YouTube and Alex Wilkins like I did, it's probably quicker to do that. I'm not telling you that to get a view, but I did an episode on Alex. He single-handedly about beat UConn in the NCAA tournament. You know, kid can play. I don't think any coach or no coach at that level, NBA player or not, wants to be micromanaged. You hired me to do a job. Let me do a job. I mean, it's crazy. Let's see here. Somebody just messaged me and asked me for the link to the show. I don't know why but I got it right here. Yeah, UConn's the only other team that has two guards with a 30% plus or 30% assist rate. It should be, we want this guy. Go start building a relationship while they're still in high school. Yeah, like I mean, I agree. Like, I'm not 100% sure why, you know, or what's so hard about this. Like I said on one of my first shows, you know, back when I had like 20 people on here, that like my dream job, you know, now that I have 3 daughters, you know, I can also relate to Mark Pope that, you know, I'm a girl dad too. I've also got 3 daughters, and it's the greatest blessing in the world. One's about to graduate college as an engineer. One graduates high school on May 22nd. Then I got one getting ready to become a freshman. They're, you know, my world. But, you know, it just seems like I feel like as a teacher, you know, as a teacher, we get evaluated. You know, I don't know if you all know a lot of how the education system works, but, you know, when you become a teacher, you have to sign your 5th contract before you become tenured. So you basically have to work at a school 4 years before you become tenured. So that means those first 4 years you can be pink slipped, which means necessarily your job becomes open. You can reapply for that job if you choose to, but basically it's like, all right, you have a kind of a temporary contract. You got to sign that 5th contract in order to be kind of a permanent contract. Well, in your first few years, you got to do so many summative evaluations. You have to do so many formative evaluations. And the one strength every evaluator's always put on mine is the rapport and the communication I was able to build with students. And, you know, most of the times I've taught severe special needs kids. You know, I've taught the kids that have feeding tubes. I've changed diapers 3 times a day, wheelchair, nonverbal, autistic, bedridden. I've taught that. And now I'm the department of an alternative school. So I have most of the kids I teach are in the court system. So, you know, but I've always been able to establish a pretty good rapport with people. And I knew that at a young age because I like sociable. I like, you know, I'm kind of outgoing. But I always wanted to be a college recruiter. And of course, you know, I coached high school, and if you don't have the connections, it's hard to get into the college game. You almost got to have those connections to get to the next level. I had a buddy that became the coach of Berea College several years ago named Terrence Brooks from Paris, Kentucky. One of the greatest coaches I've had the pleasure of coaching against. That may have been my end if I chose to, but I'd already had kids at that time. And I may even have been married at that time. I'm not sure. But I really wanted to be a college recruiter because I think I could have established some of these connections. I could have established some of this rapport to build these connections for a team. You know, I have the ability that if I'm talking to you in person, I make you feel like you're the most important person in the world. And that's just because I'm listening and I'm attentive. And I think sometimes that's what these kids need. I saw a comment on here from Holly. The Rosser visit was cool. Yeah, it was really cool. That's when Mark Pope and Mikkel McLean, I think it was McLean that went on the Pope with Rosser. And for those of you that aren't familiar with CJ Rosser, he's the #1 power forward in the class of 27. Pope and this light's getting awful bright now. We'll turn it down a little. Pope and McLean visit him. I guess it was at his house or somewhere. They went to some lake, pond, body of water, and they went fishing for that visit. And I thought that was a pretty good step in the right direction for Mark Pope to try to understand these kids, not only on the court, but understand these kids off the court. And I think building that relationship with these kids off the court is just as important as the relationship on the court. Agree 100%, Crash. I agree. And I know Pope coached at Utah State or Utah Valley or wherever, and then BYU, but neither one of those are the animal that Kentucky is. It's just Kentucky's a different animal, and the things that worked at BYU recruiting are some things that may not work at Kentucky. Oh, the interim coach is somebody just to fill in that position, and they probably have to apply for that position. The high school, the way it works is if somebody's removed in the middle of the season, has a health scare, a health issue, or just is, terminated, it's usually the assistant coach. I have a varsity assistant that just does varsity assistant, not my JV. So if I were to have a medical episode or if I were ever terminated, then my varsity assistant would take over, and they would place the interim tag on him till the season's over. And if he did a good job and if he wanted to continue to do it, then that's who they would hire. But they also have the option to open it up to accept new applications. And I would, is junior the right age to do that, Crash? I would really appreciate if some of these, if they would do it when they're a little bit younger. But once again, I'm not as familiar with the relationship building at the D1 level. I can tell you, my girl that just signed D3 in Bluffton, which is up in Northern Ohio, they contacted her the first time they could, which I think is, summer of your sophomore year, maybe the summer going into your sophomore year, maybe. And they didn't bug her. They didn't harass her. They just checked in on her from time to time. And that really meant a lot. I would like for them to maybe. Okay. I didn't know that about you, David. Remember when people would call in and ask how come he didn't play Richie Farmer and he would just go off the rails? Pope needs some of that. With our fan base nowadays, I don't know how that would go, Stanley. I'm not so sure that would be a very good approach. I think he's already lost some of the fan base. He's trying to get them back now, and I really do think these videos are working. How is fishing a recruiting violation? They do it all the time. Reed Shepard went fishing on one of his visits. Right. I don't know why people keep thinking everybody's out to get Pope fired. That is not it. Some of these people have an agenda, Peanut. And I don't think it was recruiting, though, Joe. I think it had to do a lot with the amount of money, NIL. It seemed like when they wanted A.J. Diabonsta, seemed like they found the $7 million they needed. He also might be a felon, Shane. He was in some serious trouble with the court, wasn't he? When he was agriculture commissioner. I know he stole a lot of VCRs, and I think he had some. Was there some embezzlement as agricultural commissioner? Somebody help me out there with Farmer. I love Richie. Richie kind of embodies that Kentucky kid from the mountains that made it big, but I don't think they're going to hire him in any kind of position like that. You're only allowed to transfer once going forward. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be a huge difference. And that's going to put more on player development. I think that's something Pope's good at. Like I told you, I saw Malachi Marino play in a high school game against tallest kids, 6'2", 6'3", and he didn't dominate. He's 6'10". I think he was a junior. And I'm like, this kid's going to Kentucky? That kid had a hell of a freshman year in the SEC. And now he's the 24th pick in the latest mock draft on Yahoo. So I like Kentucky's player development and where it's at. I love Richie, though. I love him and old Buck. Buck Stivers. I love it. He still is. No. He's at Carroll County now. Roger Harden's at Carroll County. You want to tell me? You want to know somebody who acts like a fool on the sidelines and berates officials? Roger Harden. I don't know if I've seen a coach that gives referee more hell than Roger Harden. I really don't. I didn't think it was a law yet, Crash. I knew it was talked about. No, it won't. I kind of like the idea, though. I can't say I'm actually liking something that Trump, but I like that. I know. Vance, hey, buddy. Thanks for coming by. If you're new here, give me a subscribe and a like. I hope you come back talking UK basketball. Hope you're a UK fan, but if not, we'll talk basketball with you anyhow. Shane, I've seen you spell Marino like 6 different ways. I put it in the chat for you. You spelled it like Dan Marino, but I know who you're talking about. It's all good. Part of kids' hesitation to come could be instability. If we just let it be, might actually have a program. I'm going to go on this soapbox again. And I know Crash is probably going to disagree with me. But I think Derek Anderson's comments in public hurt our recruiting as much as what people think our fan base does. I could be wrong. Pope will do great, just no more spooning. Yeah, you can't be spooning Jaden Quaintance after a chess game. Now, by the looks on Quaintance' face, he smiled. He didn't have a problem with it. So if he don't have a problem with it, I don't have a problem with it. I remember Farmer used some money to build a full basketball court at his house. I thought, well, I'm fine with him having that. Let's let that go. At Kentucky, we not good at spelling. That's all right. I know who you're talking about. I'm just giving Shane a hard time. Shane was my very first comment tonight. He was in the chat early. I appreciate that. I really do. I really, really do. Let me see. Let me check Twitter to see if we got any more Kentucky news going down. There's going to be a time. I don't know when. There's going to be a time when breaking news is going to break while we're live. There's a couple people in this I was looking at ESPN put out the top 10 shooting guards. ESPN Next. I think they're all incoming freshmen. Maybe they're not. But anyways, a couple people in this big Blue Nation Hall of Fame. They're saying that Yahoo mock draft is just clickbait, with Marino being the 24th best prospect. Jake, you are the man, brother. You are the man. Give Jake a shout out. Hold on here. You are the man. I appreciate you more than you know, Jake. My first live member. Live. And here's what I got to say about that. You're the man, dude. I can't thank you enough. Can't appreciate you enough. You guys are good people. First time here, like your content. Can't believe they're saying JQ is after me. Yeah, first time here. Go ahead and give me a subscribe. Like the show, like the channel. I appreciate you joining. It means a lot. Membership's 99 cents if you really want to support. Not expected, but appreciated. I'm not trying to break anybody. I just, anything helps with the content. Yeah, but like the show, subscribe. Yeah, it's JQ continues to drop. And I'll be honest with you, even after you can be second, Crash. Just go ahead and hit that membership. There was videos surfacing of JQ working out, dunking, attacking the basket. It looked very mobile, looked very healthy. But ever since then, I think when he made that video or when they posted, he was like 14th in the mock draft, and now they got him at 29th. He's too much of a freak athlete, and the NBA drafts on potential. It would be hard for me to think that he falls all the way to 29. I appreciate you being here, though, Chrome. I'm assuming that's supposed to be Chrome. Maybe it's already taken, or is it supposed to be Comb? Okay. Not sure where that comes from, but I've been on. I love flying. I'm not gonna lie. I actually okay. I got a confession to make. Okay, I got a confession. Don't tell anybody. Okay, this is a secret. This is something only us here at the Stay Hot podcast know. This isn't public knowledge. I actually thought at one time and was serious about it. I thought he would come back. When he sat out this year and only played in 4 games, I thought it was evident that his draft stock was going to drop. Who are you talking about? I did? I killed someone? How did I do that? I'm still waiting for Captain Crash and Holly to become members. Jake don't want to be the only cool one in this chat. Let me see what else is going on here. Oh, what was that? Hey, Brian, thanks for stopping by. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. All right, I just saw the R was missing from your username, so I didn't know if something, if it was just a typo or what. I didn't want to call you by the wrong name. That'd be funny if that name caught on. Big Spoon Pope, Little Spoon Quaintance. I'll add Big Spoon and Little Spoon to the emojis one time when we talk about it. You're good, man. You're all good. I appreciate you coming by. Same thing with Brian. Brian, hit that subscribe button. I appreciate you guys. I'm at 605, guys. You know my goal was 606. Just because that's that area code. I'm not going to lie. I'm not 100% sure who Joe Satriani is. I know I've heard the name, but if you put me on a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I'd have to phone a friend. I really would. I'm not 100% sure who that is. If we could get St. John's JQ for a season, he'd be number 1 overall. Do you remember that when he took the court? Do you remember the first shot he made? Jay, let me give Jay a shout out right here. Hold on, Jay. Hold on, Jay. Hold on, Jay. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man. What's up, man? Hey, I got a group from Colorado, a buddy I know out there. He runs an online game through GG Poker. We send him money through Cash App, and he loads it on the game. Then after the session's over, if you win, he pays you out. I could hook you up with him if you want to get on, and I wouldn't advise it. But let me tell you this. Last night, this is how bad I'm running. I wake up with pocket aces. Nobody's open before me. I think I'm under the gun, maybe, or under the gun +1. It's 1-2 game, so I think I made it 7, maybe 8. I think I made it 7. First 2 or 3 people call. The guy in the big blind raises me like 4 times, makes it 28. Well, I'm sitting with aces, so I just call. Okay. The 2 other people that called my 7 backed out, so it's a heads up pot. The flop comes like 9-9-7. Okay. I check. He bets. I go ahead and shove. I think I got like 240 at the table. He's got like 600-700 at the table. I go ahead and shove. Okay. He turns over aces. I turn over aces. He hits runner for a flush. What about that, donk? Running bad right now. Yeah, just a bank shot. Fade away bank. Yeah. Real. I know they've made a few busts around here about it, and near Maysville actually, and they've made a huge cockfighting bust in Manchester, which is Clay County, southeastern Kentucky. Yeah, tough. I mean, and I tell you what, I used to teach with a coworker whose dad raised chickens for him, and the amount of money he told me that people would bet on these things. All right. Just sickening. I mean, and I don't know how familiar you are with cockfighting, but if one's starting to go down, they'll kind of go mouth to mouth and suck the blood out of them, put them back there on like they fight till death. Yeah, it's nuts, man. It's nuts. Dude had 10 turn versus H Jack for 6 tonight at at final table all in pre. Had other dudes covered flop queen 6. Oh, that's tough. That is tough. You know what? And what I like is, you're playing live and those bad beats happen. I like when those people say, well, I don't play online because it's rigged. Those same beats happen in person too. That's tough. Yeah. Where are you from, Jay? Are you from you down around Manchester? If so, yeah, Miss. That's right. It's Miss. Yeah, that's right. Ugh. That's right. Jay, if you're from Southeast Kentucky, you need to tune into the Redneck Brawl tomorrow. Harlan. Harlan. Harlan may be represented at Redneck Brawl tomorrow. It's in Knoxville, Tennessee. You need to get down there and get it. Or if you're or watch it online, that's what I'm doing. I think I'm going to stream the first hour of it on YouTube because it's free on YouTube. But once it becomes pay-per-view, it's illegal for me to stream anymore because they'll say it's costing them money or something. Yeah, but if you keep playing, if you understand the game and you understand what cards to play and when to open, when not, variance does happen, but you win in the long run. Bloody Harlan. My kids are my 3 daughters were raised in Corbin. They live up here in northern Kentucky with me now, but I'm pretty familiar with that. They were sword fighting, Crash. They're sword fighting. How do you play on GG and Poker Bros for money, man? I thought you couldn't play in America. You got a VPI, whatever it's called, VPI or VIN or VIN or VIV or whatever. West Tennessee. Okay. Yeah. I know where Harlan's at. So what's that mean if you have a friend in California? How does that help you? Oh, I got you. Okay. Kentucky's loud sports gambling now. Why not poker? There's people out there losing tons of money in sports gambling. Why can't they lose a tons of money in poker too? Holly, are you causing sword fighting to take place at the local Applebee's? I've been to that Applebee's in Richmond. How dare you? Holly's promoting sword fighting in public. I can tell you what, you get in those tournaments the last 2 and 3 days and you end up making day 2 or you end up making the final table. You're talking about a grind. You got to be able to grind 12, 13-hour days. It's tough. It's not as easy as it looks. As long as you didn't watch. I'd think different of it if you watch Crash. Yeah, I'm going to. I really do want to. It's just, what'd you say buy-in was? How many people you usually get? Yeah, I think it was the sword fighting that caused it to close. But honestly, I can't remember what year it was. One of my basketball teams made the Class A state, and they used to always hold it at EKU. And so we'd always go down a day or so early, and we stay at Richmond pretty much all week. So, yeah, Richmond had a good steak and shake too. I hope it's still open. I really liked it. Or in Mark Pope's circle, spooning. All we do around here, play a lot of cards. I can play about any card game there is and be proficient at it. Yeah, I like euchre, but it's not enough action for me. I go to the casino and I play Texas Hold'em, Jay. I want there to be $1,000 pots. You know, $100 pot doesn't make my heart race anymore. I've played too many big pots. Hey, you learn a lot of stuff here in the Stay Hot podcast, let me tell you. You learn a lot. Snoodling. I wasn't 100% sure what that was. It's $65 rebuy, unlimited rebuy, and then add on after 2 hours, usually 4 to 6 tables. Is it 9 people table, 7 people, 6 people? Unlimited rebuy for the first hour, or what level? And is the add-on the same, $65? They play cash games too, Donk? Is it 1-2, 2-5? Will they play? 9-player tables. That's right. All A Classic. I've coached there. I've won. Holly, as a coach, I've won 3 All A's as a girls coach, 2 All A's as a boys coach. I've played in the Frankfurt Civic Center at an All A, but the other ones were pretty much at EKU. I got beat on a last-second shot at EKU by a freshman from Owensboro Catholic that went and played 4 years at Duke, and if not tearing her ACL, she may have been the best player in the country. Rebecca Greenwell beat me on a last-second shot as a freshman, one of the best girls players I've ever seen. Okay, that's not bad. Okay. I love EKU's gym. Last time I went as a boys coach, played Clinton County and lost in a they ended up pulling away, but it's kind of a heartbreaker. But I enjoyed it. Enjoy Richmond, enjoy EKU. Any bomb pots, double boards, anything? I don't play any pot limit Omaha. Not getting into that mess. Not getting into that mess, Donk. Her son just graduated. Think he's going to play football somewhere, maybe Georgetown. Preston Blake, 6'4", probably 250, solid. Think he was a tight end. Clinton County was good. Todd Messer was their coach, solid. $50K on the table at one time or just an entire month? Yeah, I'd have to play Hold'em. I'm not doing any of that pot limit Omaha. They'd probably get mad because I'd sit out or I'd fold every hand. Depends what players are playing, but the games are juicy and big. I don't play cash often, mainly tourneys. I'm more of a cash game than tourneys, but I can handle the tourney. Oh my gosh, 50K on the table. Damn. That's sick. A very good tournament. And, you know, a lot of the bigger schools don't understand or appreciate the All A, but I can tell you, I've coached at the smallest school in the state of Kentucky, and I've coached at other small schools, and the All A means a great deal to us as a small school. Now I coach a 2A school. We don't play in the 2A tournament that they just never took off like the All A did. So I'm not. Yeah, I mean, if they're putting 50K on the table, I can't compete with that. I mean, what's minimum buy-in? Because, I mean, if you're sitting on the table with 12, 13,000, you can just buy people out of pots. Okay, I can do that. We ought to get a Stay Hot podcast meetup somewhere and do it. Let's do it. I've been in pots well over 1,000, Holly, but I've never been in a 50K. That would make me a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie. Hell, that's more than half my salary. If I lost 50K in a poker game, I'd be sick. There would be no Stay Hot podcast. I'd have to up my membership to 1,000 a month, and all of you would have to join just for me to even remotely. 500 max. Okay, I could do that. Now, if somebody took 500 and they built it up to 10,000, kudos to them. But if you can just sit down at the table with 10,000 when everybody else has 500, then count me out. Guys, look what you all have done to me again. Here it is, 12:34 in the evening. Here we are, 3 hours strong. We've still got 80 some people online. Some through Twitter, some through YouTube. Man. Shit, you give me 100, I'll poop my pants on stream live. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll get to Lexington, no doubt. I will. Just everybody panicking on Marino going through the process. It came out in a Yahoo mock draft that he was the 24th player selected by the Knicks, and a lot of people are panicking. I don't think there's any chance he stays in the draft. And if you just go by Mark Pope's first video, what did he say his primary function was, or the priority this year was, off season, to bring him back? So I don't think he's going anywhere. I agree right here, 100%. This is the place to be, because I went to Morehead State University. And ever since first grade, I applied the knowledge. And after 12th grade, I went straight to college. One Patrick went, no. I need to do a 2 girls, 1 Stokes. It's been rumored that Kentucky offered Stokes 1 girl to please him sexually whenever he wanted, and Kansas offered him 2, and he chose Kansas. Yeah, it's hard to be frustrated because they're in the Central. They're still in the hunt. They've got 20 games. They still got a winning record. But after watching the last 9 games, Stanley, it's hard to – I mean, I just said it earlier on stream, and I don't think Lodolo threw a bad game. First game back, he made 2 mistakes, 2 2-run homers. I don't like Santillan's giving up runs last 2 or 3 times. You can't be mad at TJ Antone. I mean, he's throwing 2 innings in 3 years because of 3 different Tommy Johns. their hitting just doesn't produce big time. You know, they just don't produce big time hits with runners like tonight. You know, early on when it was 2-0, I think they had bases loaded with 1 out. Pop up to the infield, strikeout. Stevenson struck out on 3 pitches. They have to lead the major leagues in runners in scoring position with less than 2 outs that don't produce. They don't get a run in. Who needs to get better hops? Y'all got so many conversations going, I can't keep up. I can't keep up. It's 12:37. On a Friday night. I'm telling you right now, there's going to be a point in time that we're live on the air and breaking news hits like a boom. Oh, yeah, dig it. I like the Macho Man. I liked the Macho. When I was in high school, our girls team was in Sweet 16. We were allowed an excused absence if we went. My parents didn't write me a note saying I could go, so I forged a note and went anyhow. Hell yeah. Especially if the school offered like a pet bus where you didn't have to worry about transportation or whatever. You can just ride from school. You know what I'm saying? You ride from school, then you come back to school, you go back, whatever. Hell yeah. What year did you graduate, Crash? Madison Central had their girls team struggled last year, but they had a really good boys team. Jake Feldhouse, he's from up here in my area. I tried to dye my hair. This is weird orange. I've seen a lot of people do that. I just DM'd Matt Jones and told him, I said, we're still up going strong in the Stay Hot podcast. Pop in. I'll send him the link to pop in. Tower of Power, too sweet to be sour. Sky's the limit and space is the place. That's got to be from a wrestler. Macho Man, I got you. I like when Flair used to tell him to take a ride on old Space Mountain. Scott, hey, my man, I do it for the peeps. I do it for the peeps. Give my show a like while you pop in here. Appreciate you. Macho Man was a wildcat. I've read a lot of stories on him and just about like he couldn't break the Macho Man character in real life. Like he was that intense and that stiff in like real life, and that's what caused a lot of his relationship problems. Not only with like Miss Elizabeth, who was also from Kentucky, Franklin County, I believe, that he with other wrestlers too. Like he would often get in like backstage fights and brawls just because, he's just so intense. Fast forward to dinner. We were eating and watching the news as the camera scrolled across the crowd, and there I was, stick out like a sore thumb on the TV because my word. Did your parents see you on TV with your orange hair? Did you get busted? I'm not. Woodford County girls are pretty good right now. Former Kentucky boy Eric Daniels manning them, I think. Or is he Dunbar? He's Dunbar. I tell you what, Woodford County girls had a really good coach, and his daughter was a really good player. I can't think of his name right now. Help me out, Donk. Bigger guy. Was it they had a really good player too, Fletcher. Because she played with one of my girls at Asbury. But who was Woodford County's coach? Snap into a Slim Jim. The Macho Man. Jay Lucas. Absolutely. Damn good coach. Coach against him in a lot of summer games. Never played him in a regular season or Christmas tournament. Woodford County is a good bit of ways. Oh, I mean, the way that ICW used to travel around this local circuit, man, and they would interact. They would go to local bars. One time when I think it was ICW, but they brought a couple midgets with them. One of them was like Farmer John, and I don't remember the other one. But they went to a local bar after the show and damn near got in a fight with some locals, some townies. Destiny. Oh yeah, I remember the name. Yep, definitely remember the name. Did Jay have a daughter that played? I don't think so. I thought maybe she did later on. Like he started coaching way before she started playing. He also tried out for the Cincinnati Reds. Did you know that? Okay, yeah. Here you go. Her name was Katie Fletcher Donk. She played in 2010, 2011. I had a girl from Bracken County that I coached named Sarah Sticklin. I think she ended up rooming with Fletcher at Asbury. They went to Asbury and played together. He is absolutely Hillbilly Jim. Hillbilly Jim. Do you know he was a standout basketball player in high school and got multiple letters for scholarships? He posts some stuff. He posts some all kinds of good stuff on Facebook. He was a hell of a basketball player. He played for their farm team. Come on, Peanut. You know what? I got something for that one. Played for their farm team. It actually made me chuckle. You're funny. Okay. Oh, yeah. I graduated in 04. Okay. Well, damn, you're younger than me, but older than her. I graduated in 96. You know what would be funny to do one night is me to pull up my dating profile on all these dating websites and us go through the prospects, see how many people we know. Or there was one that just matched with me on Facebook dating, and I like her. She's hot. I sent her the link. I don't know if she's in here or not, but I think she's kind of cute. Hope she'll message me back. And I'm telling you, the new thing that's out there, and I don't think it's new. I think it's an old thing that's kind of been it's kind of come back up. I can't think of the word here now. I'm like, ever since I had my stroke in October, I kind of forget and my memory still isn't solid. But like when something comes back around that it was here, it was a fad, it died out, now it's coming back. If you ever get a chance, go on chat roulette. That is strange business. Basically, people are on basically you log in and create a profile to chat roulette or whatever, and these people pop up. If you click on them, you can talk to them like video chat. They can disconnect from you anytime they want. Then they just start popping up more people for you to connect with. It's strange, some of the people you meet on there. I've not done it, but I was watching this lady stream the other night, and she was streaming some of the conversations. Jeez, some of these people are hot messes. You heard of chat roulette? Get on it. Get on it, Crash. It was probably, I graduated in 96. I didn't have a cell phone in college. I had a roommate from Frankfurt that he claimed to be wealthy. He had a cell phone and he would let me use it after 8 o'clock because he had free nights and weekends. I don't know if it's an app or not. I'll see if I can pull it up here on. I'll share the screen if I can find it. I don't have an account, but this is kind of what it looks like. All right, this kind of, for example, you can meet everyone from anywhere. Look, I'll hit start and let's see what happens. Except, oh, what is that? Oh, we don't need that. What is that? Hold up. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is that? No, 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 no. What was that ad? Holy moly. Talking about throwing me for a loop. Hope y'all didn't see that. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. Let me get rid of that nonsense. What is that? It might not let me do chat roulette. I don't know. Something blocked it. Kevin the Bacon's here, buddy. He laughed at that. Holy sheesh. Guys, look how cool Jake looks in the chat with his name being all green. I want everybody's name to be green. How do you get to be green? Join as a member. Then we can have membership only, and we get rid of some of the David. Hey, not true. I know, Holly. You saw me get off of it real quick. Hold on here a minute. Hold on here a minute. Don't go anywhere. I got all kinds of junk over here popping up that on my other monitor, and I don't know what's going on. Sheesh, old Pete. Yeah, it was going in, Jake. It was going in. Heck yeah. He was making them. My antivirus keeps blocking it. I don't know why. I'm trying to edit my profile. See if I got a picture I can find. Yeah. Starting my camera. Actually, Jake, it wasn't a Stokes highlight. It was a Strokes highlight. Hey, for that comment right there, everybody follow Jake and join. We all got into those apps and like, whoops, believe me. Wicked Scatter, appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you. Hey, I'm not stopping. Hold on here. I had to take a picture. Why does it keep doing that? All right, use photo. Yeah, I look like a convict. Uh-oh, let's do it. All right, here we go. I'll show you what this is. Guys, this is nuts. Let me share this screen. All right, there's people. Oh, look. Okay, so. See, I don't know how to get that crap off there. The social media, we don't want that. All right, so basically this guy must have clicked on me. I can hit connect or skip. Hey, what's up, my man? See, he skipped me. And it tells you like where they're from. Let's see if we can get somebody on here to chat with us here for a minute. What's up, dude? He's too cool for me. Look at this cat from New Zealand. Look at this guy. Drinking, rate me 1 to 10, then skip. I ain't buying no quiz. This guy, Flight 420 landing. No. Skip this bad boy. I don't know how to skip. What in the world? What are we doing here? No, we're not doing that. Not now. All right, we're done with that. All right, Stanley, hold up. Wait a minute. I'm going to eventually get everybody. I appreciate you, my guy, more than you know, brother. So, what did you all think about that? This is not going to end well. Ruben Raber, man, if you're new here, like and subscribe. Why does Kentucky Talking Heads reveal our trade secrets? I don't see anyone else blabbing our secrets like you, Matt, and the other loudmouths. What secrets? I don't know any secrets. Come on, dude. Don't come in here with that nonsense. Go on somewhere. I don't know any secrets. I hate when I'm scrolling through YouTube and as soon as someone walks behind me, I scroll across some men's underwear ad. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, that's the thing. I've seen, when I was watching that lady stream, I'd say it was every bit of 15 to 20 to 1 male to female. And they're all over the world. Like you saw in there, Tunisia, India. And a lot of times it's almost like their mic's mute. They can't even hear you. They just sit there and look at you and bob their, like, I'm sure some people have had some good experiences with it, I guess. But it's kind of creepy. I just kind of wanted to show you all. Now, that's right. I hear you. I hear you. Hey, you didn't join for the cool content and the cool creator. You joined for the cool color. Green's my favorite color. Listen, I'm telling y'all right now, this is no joke. Somebody in this chat tonight, when they get off here, is going to pull up chat roulette and they're going to explore with it. I feel it coming. It's almost kind of addicting. You think some of these late night people that are just scrolling by Facebook and see that I'm live would join in like, what the hell is he doing? It's 12:54. He was live 3 hours ago and he's still on there. You think they'd come by and check it out? And maybe they already have. 607 subscribers. That's all right. I like it. I like it. Nope. David ain't checking out chat roulette. Scott, you go check out chat roulette? I can tell you what, this comment makes me think Holly's going to check it out. She needs 2 more sword fighters. What do you think, Crash? She could definitely find some sword fighting on there. There are a couple people that you scroll through. There'll be 2 of them in the camera. Holly's getting 2 guys that are going to sword fight on and that's the thing when you get on chat roulette, and it's no joke. Like when I was watching her stream, she's a big streamer with big time, like 20-some thousand subscribers. She was doing it and she was worried about getting demonetized because like when she would click on somebody, they'd already be naked with, showing certain things and stuff. She'd have to close it real quick because you don't really know, you don't really know what, like when you click to talk to somebody, you don't really know what you're getting. That's kind of what I gather. Watching, hey, what's SOA? Sons of Anarchy? Good show. Yeah. Sword fighting. Crash, you out? Holly, you out? Who's going? He says, I'll see you, Holly. You leaving or is Holly leaving? I thought we was going till 5 o'clock. I don't know if I can make it till 5. I've already yawned 1,500 times, but I can tell you what I can do. Oh, must be Crash leaving. Must be Crash leaving. All right, that's good. We can talk about him behind his back. He's going to become a member before he leaves. I appreciate you, Crash. Thanks for becoming a member, man. Appreciate you. You bring a lot to this show. I really look forward to talking to you. That's no joke. How about you pull up those KSR reports that can't help but mention Pope went to Israel? Like I don't remember why that's a big deal. I don't think anybody disagreed with that. Like I don't understand why you're. I mean, what's the point of that, Peanut? We're not gonna hear a whole lot, Clyde. The draft combine or the draft workouts are May 10th through the 17th. The draft combine. You'll be able to watch some of that on NBA TV. I'd say they'll show some of the 5-on-5 games they play, and also Crash shared with us tonight. I wasn't sure of this, but they have till May 27th to withdraw from the NBA. It's May 9th. We're probably not going to hear a lot in big chunks unless he just, maybe has a bad day and, self-reflects and is like, look, I'm going back to school. And he drops out early, but I expect him to go through the entire process. He says he's going to. Oh, now come on. That's a little petty, Peanut. That's petty. Appreciate you, David. Appreciate you, my man. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. I might stop by tomorrow night. Right. That's what I'm saying. Marino's definitely back. You're not going to convince me otherwise. Well, Malachi said, I'm sorry. A Yahoo mock Yahoo. Guys, it's late. A Yahoo mock draft posted today that Marino would be 24th to the Knicks. A lot of BBN speculating that if he's as high as 24th, that he's probably going to stay in the draft. I don't think he's staying in the draft regardless because of the stacked draft that it is. The only reason they're predicting 24th right now because a lot of people have withdrawn their name. There's still a lot of people who haven't withdrawn their name. He may creep up a few spots, but I honestly don't think he goes that high even in the NBA draft if he were to stay in it. He's coming back. And remember, Mark Pope said in his very first video that their number one priority, like he'd already looked at the offseason as a success because the number one priority was to bring Malachi Marino back, and they done that. I don't think he'd say that if he felt like there was a chance that, I have no problem with Malachi going through the draft workouts. I go, I'm not looking to be famous, Peanut. I go with what I feel, what I believe, and I'll be the first to criticize Pope if I feel he needs it. But I don't think saying that he went to Israel is a jab. He did go to Israel. That's facts. But he also went to 6 other cities he mentioned. I don't know if they do it. Here's the thing. Peanut, let me do a little research here real quick for you. Let me do a little research for you. All right. Matt Jones has 331,000 Twitter followers. It don't matter what he says. He could pump sunshine and he's getting clicks. Why not say the truth? I don't think he's doing anything just to get clicks. He doesn't have to do that anymore. I would have to do that. I would have to lie and make stuff up just to get people. He doesn't have to do that anymore. He's coming back, Clyde. I agree, Kevin. I think he is. That first video when he says, he admitted to chasing a generational talent and missing out. He says he's not sitting on his hands. I agree with that. They're saying now that the only reason Malachi was at 24 is because he did a pre-draft workout and some of the other guys didn't. And I do know he had 8 straight threes from the corner without missing. That's got to look good no matter what you're doing. There's somebody else saying they also saw a mock draft where Alan Graves from Santa Clara was a top 10 pick. I don't think he's a top 10 pick, but I don't hell no, Scott. 331,000, you're crazy. I do agree that they got a smug attitude. I do agree with that. But Matt Jones has a lot of pull in this state. There is no doubt about it. He's got the name recognition. He can go to any town in this state and people are going to know who he is. But I think they also praise Pope too. But okay, Peanut, what recently has happened that you feel like they should be glazing Pope with unfair praise? I'd rather him be honest and truthful and praise him when he deserves it and criticize him when he deserves it. I don't think they're only pointing out. I get what you're saying about the Israel thing, but he also visited other places when he was there. It wasn't like he flew to Israel, got lockered by shady Will Wadey, and then came back. I read on the internet, and I said this somewhere. I may have tweeted it. I don't remember. I may have said it on a podcast. I have so many of these, and we talk about so much in the 3 or 4 hours that I'm on here. But I saw somewhere where somebody said Pope said that he flew to Israel just to get away from the Stokes commitment, which to me tells me he was expecting backlash, deservingly so. The time, money, resources, and effort they put into recruiting that kid was a waste because I think deep down they should have known that he would never come to Kentucky. But think about it, Peanut. I know what you're talking about in the smear campaign. I get it. But, just in general, you've just said it, or somebody has said it. There's a lot of people in the state of Kentucky that are negative fans. Why not appeal to them some too? They're not posting fake stuff. And that's what my argument was with Crash last night. Same thing with Derek Anderson. Derek Anderson comments were not a good look for our program. They were not a good look for Pope. And I didn't think a former player who supposedly is a friend that played with Pope needed to be saying that stuff. And Bill Self threw that in Stokes' face too. Only reason I'm coming back is to coach you. But here's what I'm going to tell you, Clyde. You're not, and here's, nobody's going to be able to convince me otherwise because I believe this to be true. It doesn't matter what Pope or the staff did. Stokes was never coming to Kentucky. So I knew he wasn't coming to Kentucky when Bill Self returned. If Bill Self didn't return, he wasn't coming to Kentucky. We're better than Kansas. We're better than Kansas. And you give us mommy, I mean, and, that's why I like you, Peanut. You're entitled to your opinion. You don't have to like Matt Jones. You don't have to like KSR. You don't have to like, Drew Franklin, Ryan Lemon, Jacob. I'm down on Polachek right now. He blocked me. He's softer in elevator music. I didn't even question him. All I did was ask him to explain his Kansas hoodie. I didn't know he went to Kansas. All he had to say was, I graduated from Kansas. Softer in elevator music. Going through Twitter here. Everybody wants to talk about the Reds. Kentucky wins, you lose. What's up, my man? If you're new here, give us a subscribe. Also, like the show. Drew Franklin's funny. He brings an aspect to that show that's needed. He's one of the wittiest people I've ever talked to. I've went to a couple of their live remotes, and they'll stay around, talk to you if you approach them. They're nice. They're friendly. They'll talk to you. Ryan Lemon's the same way. But they're just, I mean, he's a witty person, Drew Franklin is. I think that show would be a lot different if he wasn't on there. There are so ifs, but I do think the second year Cam Marino would be better and Hawthorne as a wild card. But Jack Givens said he was the best player on the roster last year. I don't think there was much competition last year, honestly. Uh-oh, did I miss a Josh? Is this Josh? Hillbilly Shakespeare, what's up, brother? If you're new, give us a subscribe. I think I've seen you here before. Thanks for coming by. Hey, that picture in that Kansas with his hair all afrizz and those eyes look kind of he's got those crazy eyes. Thanks for coming by, man. Appreciate you. Hey, yeah, subscribe with that one too. Become members with both of them. I'm on a membership drive. Membership's only 99 cents. I'm not trying to break you. I'm just trying to help substantiate some of the cost of producing this show, man. It's tough. Times are hard out here. Shout out to Jake and Stanley for being the first two tonight. Yeah, you subscribe. Join as a membership, 99 cents a month. Come on, Clyde, you got it. You the man. How do you know Josh? Y'all just do a lot of podcast shows together? Or y'all from the same town? Just Kentucky fans? What's up? You're going to let him know, Jake. He's in the right spot. We throw them L's down. Oh, okay. I love the Loyal BBN fan show. I had a great show last night with Williams and Hawthorne's dad. I enjoyed that one. I've heard that one before. Man. Trying to start a membership drive here. Trying to get 5 memberships. I got 2. Trying to get 5, and Clyde let me down. $610 subscribers. Started out with 588. Appreciate you guys. That's 22 new subscribers today. Oh, definitely love the parents' perspective, Scott. Because they can also, and I don't know if they will or if they would get into it if asked, but they can also give you an aspect on recruiting. Their kids are 5-star athletes, and they've been through the whole recruiting process with their child. Clyde, you got to have more than one card. I'm getting tired. We're pushing out. And we're trying to go to that 130 mark. Trying to find something interesting on Twitter that we can. What about Wemby? Could you imagine Wemby in college? Then I need to be giving you 99 cents a month. Run you a podcast, set up your membership, get monetized, and I'll subscribe and join your show. And I mentioned, look at this, my man. Look at this, my man. Guys, I love the name Kevin the Bacons. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. You're the man, Kevin. Where do I coach? I coach in Pendleton County, right next to Campbell County, Northern Kentucky. But did you all see the story earlier today about Darren Peterson? I coached Dante Allen's sister. You're talking about a player. Wemby's a freak. You're right, Holly. Go BBN. That's right. Wait till these games start, man. We're going to have a lot to talk about and discuss. So we're going to get lit. But no, seriously, did you all see that Darren Peterson story, and where it kind of talks about he thought he was actually dying at Kansas. Something happened and he got too much creatine. I don't know if that was Kansas trying to add muscle or what it was, but there was a whole story about it. I don't know if it's on ESPN or what. I saw it on Twitter, but kind of a scary situation. Might explain, why he sat out some of the games. Let me think. We went to Henry Clay last year. One of the most wildest games. The coach got thrown out for Henry Clay, refused to leave the floor, so the referee called the game. Luckily, we were winning. We play Boone County girls every year. They're struggling right now. Ryle and Cooper really hurt Boone County, but they got a really good coach in Marcus Harris. Good guy. I love him to death. Lexington. We play at Bourbon County the first game of the year. I think, Peanut. Bourbon County's about 15, 20 minutes from Lexington. But I don't think we actually we might play Lexington Catholic. I'm not sure. I'll let you know. I've got a couple nice players, man. Don't know if we can beat any of those schools, but we graduated 3,000 points this year. One of them just signed to play at Bluffton in Ohio, and then my other one chose not to play basketball at college. She scored like 1,700 high school points. Good golfer, good basketball player, good softball player, just an athlete. But I don't think she's going to be a nurse, and she's going to concentrate on that. Somebody would come in. If they knew Pope was on the show, yeah, you'd have to do a members only to where you could control the people that join. And then for 99 cents, some of the trolls would still join. You can set your price on the membership. You can set it all the way up to like $4.99 a month or something, which, I'm not doing all that. But, I've not watched much NBA. I just see highlights. You say you're going to come, then I say Lexington Catholic, and you say, I'm not going to Lexington Catholic. On you. They got a new coach. Absolutely. And that's what we're here for, man. Big Blue Junkies. I can't stand. I've told my favorite team's Kentucky and anybody that plays Louisville and Duke. Those are my three favorite teams. So two of my favorite teams may change each night. That's what I'm talking about. Peanut, you're killing me. I love Lexington Catholic. My family went there. That explains a lot, Clyde. That explains your UK love. Well, Peanut, it's probably kind of how we feel about Covcath down here. Covington Catholic's a different breed as well. Great basketball teams, great athletic programs. But, yeah, I mean, it's tough. Reese Potter did play at Catholic. I saw him play a few high school games. When I coached boys and had a pretty good team, we actually played in their Christmas tournament at Lexington Catholic. Played in the dungeon, the Knights. Yeah, here's what Josh, I'll tell you what I think of Cov Cath. Not a big fan. I'd bail you out, Peanut. I'd throw a credit card at him. A credit card that's got no limit and a bathroom that you can play baseball in. Guys, have you all ever checked out this daily chopped pod that was in here at like 9:30 tonight? That feels like it was a whole nother week ago. I subscribed to a show. He's got 323 subscribers. Seems like he does a lot of shorts. He does a lot of football. Seems like he does some football commitments. He's got something about Cal back from a year ago. Something about, yeah, he does a show. I might tune into that. If y'all get a chance, give it's called the Daily Chop Podcast. Let me see if they go live daily. No, they've not had a live in over a year. His last short was, well, I can't even tell you. A lot of the stuff he did was a year ago. He may not be active, but okay. CJ Frederick did play at Covcath. Another guy that didn't work out at Kentucky. It seems like all these guys that shoot the ball really, really well don't shoot the ball really, really well at Kentucky. I think that's a great number. I can see 4 or 5. Crash said earlier he thinks 7. I think that's a little optimistic, Donk. If you're going down 68 that way, yeah. We play them on December 2nd, maybe December 3rd. I'll let you know before then. I'll have tons more streams. Actually, Peanut, I'll be at Transy's team camp from June 15th, 16th, and 17th at Transylvania team camp. Schedule ain't came out yet, but if you're in the Lexington area, I know, second hardest in the country, man. I don't think people realize that, and I really think people are going to turn ship on Stein before he ever gets the ship righted. The floor is 6, ceiling is 9. Oh, damn. Who they playing to? Alabama? I agree 100%, Clyde. I think our team's better. Me too, but maybe I'm just thinking the past few Kentucky seasons, but playing the second hardest schedule in the country and then, new coach. Yeah, second game is Bama. I know they're not your Nick Saban Bama, but they're still Alabama. Is it at Commonwealth? Talk's cheap, Donk. I want to see it on the field. Remember, we had the second bet. We were number 2 or 3 in the country last year, recruiting class, or number 2 after the portal. We were like 2nd or 3rd in the country in the polls. How'd that do for us? Kroger Field, I'm sorry. I keep saying Commonwealth. Forgive me. Forgive me. My daughter graduates on May 22nd from high school. That's kind of a, I don't know if I'm ready for that. You're not kidding. I think, and here's the way I feel. I just think the first year there's going to be some growing pains. New coach, SEC's tough every year. But I'm going to tell you this. If Stein stays at Kentucky long enough, he will have us in the top 12. We'll be in that playoff. I know I can't get Kroger I can't get it. Dude's good. And I can't wait to watch this offense. I think Willie Rodriguez is going to be a stud. There's a Northern Kentucky boy for you, Josh. Willie Rodriguez is going to be a stud. Now, come on. Why don't you think so? Our roster is better on paper right now than Kansas. And don't tell me Tyron Stokes, because our physicality is going to kill him. We're going to bully him. Bully him. Speaking it into existence. My daughter graduated last year. This year was supposed to be her year, but she finished online to graduate early. That's I see a lot of people doing that. I've got 3 daughters, Stanley. I got one that's about ready to graduate from Morehead State with a mechanical engineering degree. I'm still here, brother. Still here. I got one about ready to graduate college of mechanical engineering. Then I got one high school that's going. I think she's going to a school in Florence, Kentucky. She wants to get in. I think it's called Empire. She wants to get into like cosmetology, makeup, hair, that kind of stuff. Now, what kind of questions that, Kel? We always live. Tell them, Donk. Tell them. Tell them, Donk. Hey, you all know what I told you all last year. That's right. Josh, there's something you need to realize. And I want you to tell the first person you see tomorrow in person, I want you to tell them. about Kentucky. You roll with us or you get rolled over. Florence, y'all, you better believe that. That's all right. You need to turn on those notifications. I know you've already subscribed. Hey, look at all those pretty names in the chat there, Kel. They're members. 99 cents. Become a member. Make up for being late. I'm just messing with you, brother. I'm glad you're here, man. Glad. She took freshman classes in middle school, and all she needed was a couple classes. Yeah, I think the state of Kentucky says you only need 22 credits to graduate. Our school at Pendleton, 22 graduates, but you need 24 credits to walk across the stage. So we actually have a program that, if we have behavior kids that are just, repeat offenders, just aren't getting anything accomplished, we'll try to get them their 22 credits and get them out of there so they can actually graduate with a diploma. They just don't get to walk across the stage. You good. You good. I know you'll be here. You're loyal. Had to feed them horses. That's right. I believe that. I believe that wholeheartedly. I'm right across the bridge, close to Madison, Indiana. Y'all's hometown pizza over there. Some of the best. Y'all, yeah, it's good stuff. Not gonna lie, Jake, it is good stuff. I'm just telling y'all, Cam's making the jump. Hawthorne's gonna be good. Alex Wilkins, stud. Zoom be all right. We're going to get Mommy. Mommy's going to flat crush it at Kentucky when he can stand out there on the wing and get people like Zoom and Wilkins that can create, get him open shots, open looks. I'm just speaking all this into existence. There's something you'll see. Maybe you got to close the chat. There's something you can see. It says join. I think you'll see it at some point in time. If you come back to the show, there's a spot that says join somewhere. You're the man, Kel. You're the man. I was watching that trial the other day, Afro Man. You talking about some funny stuff. Who, me? Kentucky or Louisville? Who do I like better and what? Or are you talking to Jake? Jake's all big blue. That's right. Always L. Oh, I mean, it's hard to tell right now. I can tell you this. Louisville was ranked like 14th or 15th with that expensive roster in the Andy Katz Power 44. We were ranked 42nd. Is that game at Rupp this year? Or is that game at Yum? My brother's a fan of U of L. We have good banter. I don't talk to him if Kentucky loses. It's at Rupp. Let's show up and show out. We'll give Carter Knox a warm welcome. Don't get me wrong. I think Louisville's got some good players. I just don't know. Don't know how Kelsey's going to get them all to fit right now, but that's what his job is as a coach. We'll see if he's capable of doing it. It's not easy. We'd be a top 10, but they won't move us up that fast, that quick. But we'll definitely move into the top 25 on all these ridiculous polls that don't mount to a hill of beans. KP is the question mark. No, we got a better chance than that. Now, I can tell you this. We got a better chance of landing Mommy than we ever did Tyron Stokes. What do you think about that? You talking about Pat Kelsey? PK? You got KP. You talking about Pat Kelsey? I don't think it's going to be a miracle. Well, go ahead. Hey, wait for that show the moment we land him. I'm not only going to come in hot, I'm going to stay hot. Kel actually heard, and I said this earlier, and I don't know if there's any truth to it, no validity really, but I read it, and you know, I read it on the internet, so you take it with a grain of salt. But somebody said that Louisville's giving him all the money and resources this year to field the best team he can possible, and if he can't make this team work and he can't have success with this team, then they know he's not the man for the job. I mean, if he's taking a Zoom call for us, Kevin, he's got a do not contact tag. And, you know, what that means is, and I found out this the other day, I think it was Peanut or maybe Crash that pointed it out. It could have been Jake too. I'm not real sure. I remember us all in the conversation. But he's got a do not contact. So in order for them to have a Zoom with Kentucky, that means his agents reached out to us. There's some interest there. Now, everybody seems to speculate now after the Stokes deal, after the Rob Wright deal. Everybody wants to ask, is it possible he could be using UK for leverage to get more money from Iowa State? He's not going back to Iowa State. Iowa State has already signed somebody, and I don't feel like they got the money to pay him. Or they definitely can't pay him what Kentucky can. Because he's at Kentucky. Everybody wants to trash on Kentucky right now. It's like they want to kick us while we're down. I'm telling you right now. No, he's not. What do you mean on the clock? He's not on the clock. Oh, you talking about Kelsey? Yeah, he's on the clock. I initially did too, but I bought into the Rob Wright. Hype. But as soon as he did what he did, I think he's one that 100% used Kentucky for more money at BYU, 100%. But honestly, I'm glad we have Zoom. I bought in too quick to the hype. I agree, 100%. That's it. That's it. I'm just telling you, Wilkins, Cam, Zoom. But, you know, Josh, every time somebody doesn't pick us, I don't think it's necessarily a swing and a miss. I've had this conversation on here before, and I think that's Stokes, I'll give you that. That's a swing and a miss because we had no business even being at the plate. We shouldn't have been in the stadium. Shouldn't even been on the field. But, you know, just because we made contact once to express interest and they choose somebody else, that doesn't constitute a swing and a miss or a whiff to me. Those people out there with all that nonsense, you know, that's I can't handle all that. But we have swung and missed on some, but I wouldn't say so many of these guys. Freeman, maybe a swing and a miss. We really wanted Freeman. And the only way I would say that you don't classify Stokes as a swing and a miss is because he was never coming to Kentucky. Kentucky could have offered him $20 million. He wasn't coming here. I'm not going to think otherwise. Once I saw that interview with him after McDonald's All-American game in October, I don't think there was any he basically just said, I don't want to play at Kentucky. It probably affected some. I don't know about that, man. The way mommy puts the ball on the floor, and I know puts the ball in the basket, and I know Cam and Hawthorne can as well, but I keep thinking about it every time that guy shoots a man. The guy shot 7 threes a game and hit 50% of them. Most people hit maybe 2.3 or 4 of 7. I agree. Get them up. Hey, if you're a wrestling fan, like the original tribal chief Roman Reigns does, put them fingers in the air. One up. Put your fingers in the air. Right. And we only hear about Pope's misses because that's the team we follow. Some of these guys, Carolina has missed on some. I'm not so sure Duke has because their roster's loaded. Florida's really, really good this year. That they scare me. You misspelled no, Clyde. You misspelled no, K-N-O-W. Hey, stretch 4 trailer. Push it up the floor, get to the paint, hit the trailer. Hey, you remember like Scott Padgett used to do? Do you remember like Scott Padgett used to do? Now, he's a lot better player than Padgett, but Padgett could knock it down from the stretch 4. That's what I'm saying. I think you could also play Mommy at the 3 if you wanted to go big, Njai at the 4. But I can tell you guys, and I've said this, the one player not getting talked about enough is Justin McBride. I'm standing by that. If Mommy wants to be a wing, we'll play him at the 3. We'll put him out there. McBride's a stud. I believe that. Now, Kentucky isn't for everybody, as we've heard and often find out. But I think this guy's he's made different. As these kids say, he built different. That's what they tell me. Hey, coach, I'm built different. It's like, yeah, you are. You're shooting 26% from the free throw line. You're built different. Yeah, you are. I think Pope knew Stokes wasn't coming. Nike, the KSR announcement, the McBride commit announcement. Pope knew. Maybe have known that day. He should have known in October. Why did he continue to invest time, money, and resources from October till April, May on a kid he knew he wasn't getting? Facts is this. When he hired Mo Williams, he thought he had a chance to get him. Hell, Mo Williams even commented on his status and said, let's go. Let's go Cats, or let's go. We are going to be deep again. I do too. I think the bench will accept. My problem is, are we getting too many to where you're not going to be able to play them all? You can call him anything you want. I'll start calling him Mom Chill. Listen, there's something about that video today. Did you all see the Pope video? I played it earlier. Some of you all may not have been in here. But did you see the video earlier? Pope had that smirk on his face. Something about that makes me think that he knows something we don't. There you go, Clyde. Now you're talking. Speak it into existence. Mom Chill. I'll call him anything he wants me to call him. I'm going to tell you what I've gotten into recently. And I think we definitely have I definitely feel like we do have the roster, Peanut, that we could go small ball. Let me show you what I've been getting into watching. It's a blast. It's called MLW Wiffle Ball. I think it's out of Michigan, but they kind of travel around. Then they stream their games here. Like just 9 hours ago, you know, they had opening day 7 days ago. Then I guess on Friday nights they played more games. The Wildcats versus the Mallards, and it's pretty cool. They got a home run wall. Let me see if I can turn up the sound.
Completely reshaped identity. Players from all over the country are here at the Meadows in an early season.
They got their home run wall with sponsorship. They got their little green wall in the back there.
It's Quack Attack versus the Cats in the season.
Look at this field.
Teams are facing
That's pretty cool stuff.
Can the Mallards reload to repeat, and can the Wildcats put last year's heartbreak behind them?
And last year, the Mallards won it all in 25. I remember watching it as a 7-game series. I watched it. Pretty cool stuff. It goes way back. I started watching it like 24, 25. But, you know, they've got 551,000 subscribers. But, you know, it's just, if you're a wiffle ball fan, I suggest you give them a follow and a watch. It's kind of neat stuff. I love it. Thanks. That's what I do down there. People, peanut butter says, or 3-point shooting. That's a staple in Pope. If we're going to be really, really good, we got to be able to knock down threes. I think that's kind of what I think makes Pope's offense successful, is when you got teams that can knock down the threes. I could be wrong. All right, let's see. Rather have them and not need them than need them and not have them. I agree, Kel. I agree. I told you all I was getting off of 130, and damn it, look what you've done. It's 138. All right, let's think here. I'm not discounting Marino from three. I watched his NBA workout. He had eight threes in a row from the corner. And if you remember, he hit a few last year. I don't know if I want him shooting 3 or 4 a game, but if you kind of run a high ball screen with the 5 and they switch, or a pick and pop, I'd let him take it. What drives me crazy, Josh, is when they blame BBN for do I think our negative fan base affects some things? Yes, but I don't think it's the ultimate decider in whether or not a top 5 player from high school chooses Kentucky. You can either handle the pressure here or you can't. Roll with us or get rolled over. That's my motto. I say it every day at school. I'll say it here. Roll with us or get rolled over. Those are your only options. There is none of this lukewarm fandom. If you ain't all in on BBN, then take BBN out of your bio. We want hot. Stay hot. We're not lukewarm. We're hot. And once we're hot, we stay hot. Just like Christ says in the Bible, he ain't got room for you if you're lukewarm. You either all in or you're all out. Oh. Here's the picture I was talking about earlier when somebody said that Paycheck had crazy eyes. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that hair. This is the picture I asked him to explain to me why he had on a rock chalk Jayhawk working for Kentucky, and this is what caused him to block me. I agree with what Crash said that day. That was a rough day for Jacob, and I think that was the Stokes commitment day or whatever, and I picked a bad day to ask for an explanation when he doesn't owe me one, but damn, he's soft as Charmin. He blocked me. Okay, do you think Pope's kumbaya approach turns players off? Um, I wouldn't. I wouldn't think so. I don't know what it is. I think all that nonsense you see on Twitter about people saying Pope's weird, I don't believe in that. Um, Now, I think he's a genuine guy. He may seem weird. I don't think they're saying they're acting like he kissed Rob Wright like on the forehead or something. I don't know. They're saying that he's done some weird stuff. But no, I mean, I think in order to have a team, you almost got to have some of that, like not necessarily kumbaya, but some of that harmony and some of that consensus, kind of like team building. You know what I'm saying? I think, and I think Pope's trying, and I think that's what Pope means when he's trying to find these pieces that fit. And I think in order to fit this puzzle, you've got to have that kind of personality. Amen, Clyde. Damn, sorry, buddy. Get out of there. Get out of that hellhole. Yeah, and that's where I think that we can really benefit from NJ at the 4. He runs the floor really well. I'll tell you what, if we can get Hondo, if we can get him, he runs the floor really well too. Our transition game could be lethal, but you know what has to happen in order to get in transition, right? Let's see, you ball knowers. What has to happen in order for you to get in transition? No, that's Jacob Polacek, KSR. Not only got to play defense, you got to play defense, but what do you got to do? You got to cause turnovers. You got to get a stop and rebound. You can't get out in transition. I know you can but if they're constantly making shots and you're allowing them to set up in their press or set up in their defense, you're not going to get in transition. You got to rebound. And how do you get rebounds? You got to get stops. You got to get misses. I teach my kids at the high school level that a defensive possession does not stop until you get the rebound. It ain't good enough just to get them to miss. That's not good enough. You got to get them to miss and secure the rebound. That's it right there. And there's a lot of you saying that, but when mom chill, please. We're getting mom chill. I can't wait, guys. I'm excited because you'll see the Sean, see what y'all have done. I got 15 more minutes. I'm excited because tomorrow I get to watch Caitlin Clark play basketball. I get to watch Paige Beckers play basketball. They play against each other, but I also get to watch that redneck brawl. See Kentucky represent. Hey, I might see if I can get some of those. I might see if I can get one of those guys on the show. That'd be a trip. Lamont did like to walk it up a little bit. With a name like Zoom, you better be fast. Weird, I think, I don't know. It'd be hard to define weird because I don't know how other coaches act on these recruiting visits. Usman Ninja will start at the 4. Mommy's going to start at the 3. If we have to go small ball, we could put Mommy or Ninja at the 5, bring McBride in with Hawthorne Cam. And I say small, but, Hawthorne's what, 6'10"? Usman Ninja. I like it. What did Pope say? You mean Pope? What did Pope say after the shot? What did he say? Tell us, Kel. Tell us. Pope will start Cam at the 3. I disagree, Josh. No. Oh, no. No, I don't. I agree. It's going to go Zoom, Wilkins, Cam Usman, and Marino. If we get Mommy, Usman will come off the bench. Agree? Right. I agree with that statement too, Peanut. Defense and rebound. Damn dude for Santa Clara hit a big shot and Oway, shoot it, Ortega. Shoot, Ortega. Stuck a dagger right in Santa Clara's heart. Yeah, we got a lot of size. Well, we don't have that girth that I think we need, but I think we definitely have the length. I mean, look at all the 6'10", 6'11" kids we got. Well, here's the thing, Josh. I don't want to imagine if he didn't hit that shot. Although Santa Clara is not that big of an upset on 7-10. Santa Clara is one of those teams that plays Gonzaga twice. They're in a decent conference. You know, they're tough. Fundamentally sound basketball team. I agree with that. However, I don't know what the fan base would have done. I'm not 100% sure. Have you ever forgot your phone password? I have. It will. It will. We got used to him the last 2 years. The noise would be much worse, but it also would have saved us an embarrassing loss to Iowa State in round 2. Make it stick. When he becomes a cat, he's Mom Chill. The only name for him that we'll accept in the Stay Hot podcast chat is Mom Chill. Any other name that he's called by will not be accepted. Only other acceptable name is Mommy. I like Mommy and Mom Chill. Any other names will not be accepted in the Stay Hot podcast. Public service announcement. Right. I think that's honestly, Kale, I think it's something that somebody's starting out there. I don't think it's anything major. I don't think it's anything big. I really truly believe that somebody out there starting that just I mean, I don't think it is. And Wilkins is a better shooter than Oway. This year, I think because of our lack of ability to space the floor, we didn't have shooters that consistently knock down jumpers. So because we couldn't space the floor, it was hard for Oway to if you remember, it's hard for Oway to get downhill. There were several games he just relied on jump shots. Jump shots wasn't the best part of his game. That's what I'm doing. I'm drawing a blank. I use the same pen too. That's all right. I'll think of it eventually. Or I'm hoping the next time I try it, just muscle memory kicks in. Bosco, like Bosco sticks? The food Bosco? Bosco sticks? Or is that your phone password? Asking for a friend, bro. Oh, damn. The New York Liberty killed the Phoenix or the Connecticut Sun tonight? I'm going to have to look that up. Oh, man, the Mystics beat the Toronto Tempo in their first game ever in the WNBA. And the Valkyrie beat the Storm. Damn, Brandon Stewart had 31. Not a Seinfeld man. Don't watch Seinfeld. I don't know if I've ever seen a full episode. Let's see what Georgia Amore did for the Mystics tonight. 6 points, hit 2 threes, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 5 turnovers. She was plus 16 on the floor, though. Her coach spoke very highly of her. Lauren Betts did not score tonight in her Mystics debut. Marina Mabry had 27 for the Tempo, and Sonia Citron had 26 for the Mystics. Kale, I'm just telling you, if that dude comes to Kentucky, we will call him whatever he tells us to call him. It's either Mommy or Mom Chio in the chat. I think it makes him sound manly. Call him Mommy. How manly of a man are you if you can answer to the name Mommy? Haley Van Lith had a pretty good game tonight. I'm glad she got picked back up. It matters if I know where you're going to be, Peanut. Oh, check him out. We got a stalker. We got a bromance brewing. Do we have a bromance brewing between Peanut and Kentucky wins? You lose? I like the name. All right, I got 6 more minutes. I'm getting tired. Good thing I don't have to get up early tomorrow. My gosh. You all bad influences. That's possible. He's a very smart dude. Rhodes Scholar, if you hadn't heard. Okay. Nice to know that you are tight. He's a good dude. Good dude. All right. Anything else before I go? Remember, before you log off, like the stream and become a member. Help your boy out. Chainsaw fan, are you new here? Give me a subscribe if you're new. If not, I coach at Pendleton County High School. If you're from Kentucky, you may be familiar with it. Damn, Peanut. Hopefully those are places you work. You familiar with Pendleton County Chainsaw? Yeah, a lot of my girls basketball players do it. You know, of course, what they do is they like to watch Caitlin Clark, obviously, and they try to emulate what she does. So when I walk in the gym after school for practice, I see them about 60 feet out doing step back threes. I have to remind them that they're not Caitlin Clark, but yeah, they do. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Chainsaw. Do you got a channel I can subscribe to? Sometimes they don't tell me who subscribes. My numbers just go up. I don't get to see the person. But if you put your channel in the chat, I'll subscribe to it. No doubt about it. Definitely. Definitely. Kenny Brooks is on fire. The only message I got for Kenny Brooks is stay hot. John Hood is from Madisonville, Western Kentucky area. Same place as Drew Franklin of KSR. Yeah, Sophie, she's It's almost better to watch highlights of her entering the arena and what she's wearing as opposed to her basketball highlights. But yeah, she's beautiful. All right, guys. Peace out. Please do me a favor. Make sure you like the show. Then if you're really inclined, give me a membership. I appreciate you guys. I'm out. Good night. Possibly see you guys tomorrow. Chainsaw, appreciate you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Come back always. I might be back on here tomorrow. Check around about 8 p.m.